Yo, 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 what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob. Got my man Derek, and I got my man Grind and Motivate, and we back with another Reacts podcast. Sorry, y'all, we ain't got the whole crew today, but you know what I'm saying? We will be back in full effect. We just got to get everybody's schedules matched up. So shout out to my man We Lit, shout out to TD, shout out to Jay, shout out to everybody that usually be in the building. You know what I'm saying? We got the terrific three today. You know what I'm saying? We'll rock it out like this, and then we get back with y'all with the rest of the crew eventually. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Derek and shout out to Grind and Motivate. What's good with y'all, bro?
Not too much. What's good with y'all?
Yeah, nothing much. I'm just chilling right now.
Just chilling. That's what's up. So we got a couple topics, you know what I'm saying, that we're gonna talk about today. So Grind, you did that video about that Keke Palmer situation. Give me a little summary of your breakdown on that Keke Palmer situation. What you think about all that?
It was basic. I thought it was just I think he kind of put himself into a bad situation with a woman like Keke Palmer in the first place. You know, then he's not really having nothing or trying to, I guess, build himself any further. So now when he sees her on the TV doing what she's doing and he says what he says, it's like, I don't know. I guess you kind of got it. You kind of put yourself in there.
Yeah, he asked for it and he got it.
Yeah,
that's wild, man. What you think, Derek?
Yeah, I seen Grind and Motivate's video on it. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
He was roasting the heck out of him, bro. he said he had 2 meat tapers.
That's hilarious. Yeah,
I ain't gonna hold you. That shit was pissing me off. I'm like, bro, it looks weird.
Yo. Yeah, man. What was up with his abs?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I ain't never seen nothing like that before, man. That was wild.
I'd be the one to tell him to keep your shirt on, bro. Even when you're at the beach.
Right.
But
it looked like somebody took a razor blade and just like literally actually chiseled like the bikini line thing or whatever you call that. But like he didn't have no abs though. Like it was the weirdest thing I ever seen. Them was like deep surgical cuts.
Yeah, right. He had like a flat stomach and then 2 V tapers, which was weird.
Yeah, like somebody took a pizza cutter and carved him up.
Yeah, and he had that LeBron
out, man.
He had that LeBron headband on too.
Yeah, he had that LeBron headband on, looking wild.
Oh,
man. So speaking of looking wild, man, what's up with Britney Spears? What's up with your girl?
She don't know what she got going on.
Yeah, man, she don't know what she got going on. She need to go back into wherever that place was that she was at before,
right?
Because she out here wilding. It says that the video apparently shows Spears inadvertently hit herself in the face in the encounter with I don't know how you say this guy's name, Wembanyama. How you hit yourself in the face? Like, she's straight crazy, man.
Yeah,
she's straight crazy.
Yeah, I saw the video and I definitely was like, all right, Brittany, you doing too much.
Way too much. Way too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, so here it said in Las Vegas, there's not going to be any charges filed following a brief investigation for the altercation involving pop star Britney Spears, San Antonio Spurs rookie Victor Wembanyama, and a member of the player's security team. Las Vegas police said Friday after determining that she inadvertently hit herself in the face. Like, what are you doing? And then she was mad. She was like big mad too. Like, she was up there talking about she didn't get no apology. Of course you didn't get no apology. You hit yourself in the face. Right.
Wait. What's crazy is they said no charges will be filed. Who are they going to file that against herself?
They're gonna file them charges on the hand.
Right.
Look, shout out to my man Torian. Torian said the security guard caught her hand and knocked it back, and she hit herself with her own backhand. That's the best. That's the best. Just take somebody's own hand and slap the shit out of them with it. Like, you can't get no more gangster than that. So now here it says Spears said that she was struck by a security guard as she tried to approach Wembanyama near a restaurant in Las Vegas casino complex on Wednesday night. Wembanyama said a person who he later found out was Spears grabbed him from behind. So she just grabbed his ass. Like, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department said Spears had actually struck herself when someone pushed her hand off of Wembanyama as she reached up to tap the #1 overall pick. In its investigation, which is now over, that was open and shut. Police determined that the security guard did not willfully or lawfully use force or violence against Spears. No arrests were made and no one was cited. The report said, this is how Britney Spears is one of the only white women that I know that ever tried to pull a case on a black dude and that shit went bad and she hit herself in the face.
Right. I was surprised how fast they threw it out.
Man, that's how much of a loser she is. Like, she can't even get a black dude in trouble, right?
Right. She was trying to give him that cougar work, but he didn't even want it.
She tapped him on the shoulder like a Karen, like, excuse me, sir. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody doing that out here.
Right.
So now here it says in the report, police said surveillance footage showed Britney going to tap the Spurs player on the shoulder. When she touched the player, blank pushes her hand off without looking, which causes Britney's hand to hit herself in the face. Man, that's hilarious. Yeah. Spears, and then look, her crazy ass knows she hit herself in the face. Spears filed a police report after the incident outside the restaurant alleging battery. You battered yourself, dummy.
Right.
On Friday, she posted a reaction to Instagram with a caption that said, either way, I'm still a huge fan of the NBA player. It's not his fault his security hit me. She's crazy. She wanted people that would actually get hit by somebody and turn around and say it wasn't their fault.
Right. She's trying to give him some of that old washed up action.
Yeah. She's trying to give him them handbags, huh? Yep. That's terrible. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. Wembanyama was making his NBA Summer League debut for the Spurs in Las Vegas on Friday night. The 7'3" teen was the number one pick last month in the NBA draft and is entering the league with as much acclaim as anyone since LeBron James. So I don't think we need to read any more of this.
He's 7'3"?
7'3", yeah.
Ah, damn.
7'3". But he looked like he's 7'3", and he would look like he. I'm not trying to be funny, man, but he looked like he under 100 pounds, real shit.
Yeah, he does look real tiny, small.
He needs to bulk up.
Yeah, he definitely.
Ain't nobody gonna be scared. He's just gonna be lanky and tall. That's it. Ain't nobody gonna be scared. They're gonna go under his legs, bro.
That's hilarious. Big facts. So check this out. I got this video from the Hodge twins. I know y'all love the Hodge twins. That's Grind and Motivate's favorite YouTube video.
Oh, man.
So the title of this video is, quote unquote, white men is a social status symbol. They writing these titles like English isn't their first language. Like they out here doing it like that. So I want y'all to let me know what y'all think about this video. Let me know if y'all agree with the points or if y'all disagree with the points. If y'all want me to stop it anywhere, let me know. Or if not, we'll let it ride all the way through.
All right.
Got a damn good show. Never been in Thailand, man. What we talking about today? Thailand. Some of that long time action. Yeah, man. Some Bangkok. I wonder how they came up with that name, Bangkok. You know, a lot of people from Thailand, last name is fuck. Crazy, ain't it? Got a different culture. It's just everything's ass backwards. What was a fam fuck? P-H-U-C-K. Yeah, my name's Pam Fuck, and I live in Bangkok. I heard don't drink the water down there. Yeah. Don't drink the water down there. Drink the water unless you from now. Yeah. You American over here on vacation. I'm thirsty. Give me some of that water. That water gonna kill you. Yeah. You're gonna catch the Bangkok. Go to the doctor. They probably gonna finish your ass off. Nothing I can do. You got the Bangkok. Hey, so it's this girl. She's in the airport. Hey, girl, that's a woman. Yeah. Look like a cougar too, man. You like one of them damn cougars, man. Yeah. Ain't nothing like a good. Anyway, check out what she has to say. Her observation in airport in Bangkok.
Honestly, the amount of white dudes with Thai women that are waiting to board international flights, it's an absurdity. It is crazy. Like, half of the couples in this airport right now are beautiful Thai women with super basic white dudes.
White dudes over there buying them a mail order bride is what they doing. Yeah, a bunch of fine-ass Thailand women with a bunch of Bill Gates.
Look, so like that's some passport bros type stuff, right?
Right. Big time.
Yeah.
But like the thing that's crazy is that nobody really says anything about that particular part of the whole passport thing.
It's just the Black Manosphere part.
Yeah, like everybody always act like it's only, you know what I'm saying, black dudes who do the passport thing. But clearly in this video, there's a white woman talking about white dudes, and she actually kind of lightweight going in on them, talking about the Thai women look really good, and it's a bunch of average white dudes.
Right.
Which is wild, because you never see like that part of the quote unquote gender war, gender grift type content. That's not the type of content that really gets circulated very heavy, you know what I'm saying, on home pages. Have y'all ever seen any of these type videos like that?
Nah, I've never seen that.
Nope.
Like that.
Yeah.
I've never seen neither.
Yeah, facts.
Mark Zuckerberg's. You ain't gonna see no Brad Pitts now. What's another handsome looking white man? You got Brad Pitt. Hemsworth. What's that dude? Who the hell's that? Thor. Oh, Hemsworth. That's his name. I can't watch this movie. I can't watch this movie. My wife gets excited. Pisses me off. Yeah. White privilege. No, I'm just joking.
Hey, look, we starting this off right, since we about to be talking about a couple cucks.
Uh-oh.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's like my wife gets excited. Like, really,
Hey,
bro?
this is the cuck week, man.
Right.
Keke Palmer,
Right. And shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 2 people watching on Twitch, and we got 18 people watching on Reacts, and we got 8 people on Grind and Motivates channel. Shout out to everybody. Make sure y'all smash that like button, hit that bell, and share the stream to your social media.
Okay. Who's another basic looking white guy? Hunter Biden. But the Joe Biden's over there like, look what I got. Yeah, what I noticed about, I mean, that's like a status symbol for women too, especially Asian women. I see a lot of Asian women with white men. It's like a status symbol for them. It's like, look what I got.
Now let me ask you guys a question. Do you all agree with that? Is that your observation that a lot of different cultures of women see a quote unquote white dude as a status symbol?
I think, yeah. I think everybody except for black women, I think, kind of thinks that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I think a little bit of everybody thinks that way.
Well, yeah, I guess
see some of them videos,
right.
you know what I'm saying? See some of the videos on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that's on that. And to me, that's weird vibes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Vibes. Yeah, that shit is weird. You know what I'm saying?
I'm dating a white man. Got a white man. I done came up. Look what I'm doing now. Got little white, blue-eyed Asian kids running around here. Slanted eyes and everything. Yeah. Yeah, it's a status symbol. It's a status symbol for a lot of cultures, though, when you date a white guy. I've made that observation. Yeah. Status symbol. I say, hey, babe, can I get your number? Get the hell out of my way, nigga. Who's that white guy over there? Yeah. I'm like, man, I'm half white too, bitch. That's a joke. You didn't get it? I got it. Remember that one Asian girl? What you laugh at my jokes anymore? Remember,
what was up with him not laughing at the joke? You think he was cooning a little bit too hard?
Yeah, that's what it was. He wasn't. He's like, man, you're grifting too hard, man.
Right.
Relax.
Yeah, the brother was not feeling that joke at all.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He was not feeling that.
No, answer my question. Why don't you laugh at my jokes? I'm laughing. No, you didn't. Hey, remember that Asian chick was trying to hook up with? Screw you, man. No, my sister was in the military. Dick too big on hut. Man. That's why they with them white guys. Yeah, well, there's a stereotype of black guys. Yeah, like because you black, you got like a card piece. Yeah, you got to, that's not true. I mean, it's when it comes to us, yeah. I bet you didn't come across John Holmes. I love how they John Holmes too big gon' hut. My name's Pam Fuck from Bangkok. Dick too big, Negro gon' hut. What you say about John Holmes? It's funny. He going and get him an Asian woman in Thailand, right? It's like, yeah, he's handsome. Then he go in the bedroom. Like, oh! Hung like a nigga. They put up with him though because he's white. Yeah, status symbol. I mean, it's true, man. White people are status symbol to a lot of coaches, man. If you date them.
Now here comes my question. What is the point of this video? And like, as somebody who's not white, how can you like sit there and be like the marketing department like that?
Advertising.
I don't know. Yeah, that's that
free advertising, man.
Man, that's crazy. Would y'all make a video like this? If y'all would make a video like this, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. If y'all wouldn't, give me a thumbs down. What about y'all?
No, that's crazy. Get my brother to start cooling. That's crazy, bro.
Man, Grind, you got to do a video. You got to react to this video with a skit.
Uh-oh.
You got to put on. Hey, you know that makeup that that makeup that Dave Chappelle put on when he would be the newscaster with the Donald Trump wig on.
Yeah.
you got to put that on with a wife beater and act like both of them, like angle
Yeah,
the
and
camera
then,
so it's like two of you.
and then do the fresh voice, but then make it a little bit less retarded.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
Not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just just the way it is. You know, because white people, when you think of white people, you think of success.
Do you really? When I think of white people, I think of the Friday Crime Report on Professor Black Truth's channel, and I think of Crime Cast. Like that's about it. And I think of thank God, you know what I'm saying? Like my dad is black because my mom survived the marriage and the suburbs. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I get maybe that's just me. What about you guys?
No, when I think of white people, I think of farmers, man. Farmers.
Yeah.
You know, average, man. Average guys.
I think about heroin and meth for some reason too.
I mean, there's nothing wrong having a preference for white men, but there are coaches out there that idolize and revere white men as, you know, as a status symbol. Yeah, I'm not hating. Get your pussycat, you know, bust you some nuts. Yeah, but maybe why ain't she with anybody? She probably find her handsome. She's out there looking for a Taiwanese boy, Thailand boy, won't you? A what? A Taiwanese boy? Yeah, I don't know why I said Taiwanese. Is that even the same? No, Taiwan is different from Thailand. It's close by. Got that Thai in there. It's Taiwanese. Crazy damn show. Oh, damn. Basic ass white dudes out there getting some fine little Filipinos out there. Yeah, man. They got Filipinos from Thailand, all them Asians. Yeah, man. That's why I'm with my wife. She looks Filipino. Good for you. Hey, but anyway.
Well, he said the place was Thailand?
Yeah, he said it was Thailand.
And I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's crazy, man. That's where they are, bro. One of those.
Yeah, no doubt. What you think about that shit, Grind?
I mean, I don't got nothing to say about them. They're those guys. I just think that those guys have lost it. They're not even as entertaining as they used to be.
Yeah, big facts.
Yeah, back in like 2016, 2017, bro.
They were actually entertaining. Like I didn't like know anything about them kind of really being cooning. I just was like listening to their certain subjects about like regular everyday things. I didn't really dive into all that.
Right. We got Jada Informant in the building. Shout out to Jada Informant. What's good with it, bro?
Yo. Am I coming through clear?
Yeah, you good. You sounding good.
What's good, you guys? I'm here for the entertainment. What's up, chat?
What's good, Jay?
What's up, man?
Everything's good, man.
So check this out. Did y'all I know y'all heard about Sneako talking crazy.
Oh yeah.
Is this that Jesse Lee Peterson interview he did?
Nah, I didn't even know he did a Jesse Lee Peterson interview.
Bro, it came across my timeline and I was like, what?
When did he do it?
2 days ago, apparently.
Oh, we're gonna have to react to that. I know that's wild.
Right.
I know that's crazy wild.
Do you love black people?
Right. Oh man.
Amazing.
Yeah. You know, Jesse Lee asked him about White History Month. We're gonna definitely do a White History Month on the Crimecast channel.
That'd be it.
Definitely. It's definitely going down. You know?
Bro, have you recognized a pattern with Jesse Lee Peterson? Like everybody that's getting into some stuff right now, Sneako and Just Pearly Things has been interviewed by Jesse Lee Peterson. It was some other people too, but just them two to highlight.
They probably went on this little cult because you know Jesse Lee Peterson is alleged to be involved in some really weird stuff.
Yeah,
weird stuff. So.
Yeah, and Sneako is with the weirdness.
Yeah, he's with it.
He definitely with the weirdness. Why would you lie about your parents?
I don't. Yeah, that's weird to me. I didn't get that. He blatantly lied.
What did he say? What did he say?
Didn't he say his dad was black?
Yeah, he said his dad was black or something. It's like nobody's black.
His dad is Asian though, right?
It looks like everybody Asian.
Yeah.
Is he Asian?
Yeah, he's like Arabian or something. He said he was born in Morocco.
Yeah, he's an Arabian Night, all right.
So let's listen to this, man. Let's listen to what this clown had to say.
When I said black culture promotes degeneracy, that's something that everybody knows. Like, you listen to any rap music, like Durk. I listen to Lil Durk all the time. He's rapping about.
So what we got right now off the rip is Sneako sitting there saying that rap music is black culture.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go around the panel and I'm going to ask you guys, and in the comment section, I want to know how you guys feel about it. Do you all feel that rap music is the equivalent to quote unquote black culture?
No, not at all. He's taking one small portion of it and then he's attributing it to all black people. That's
Right.
Yep.
And not only that, but like when it comes to, I mean, black culture, I mean, who's advertised? I mean, they don't advertise J. Cole because J. Cole don't have the message they're trying to put out. They don't advertise somebody like a Kala, Black the Ripper, may he rest in peace. They don't advertise somebody like Logic. I'm talking about out of the UK because these people talk about actually conscious stuff. You know what I'm saying? They advertise the most goofy, degenerate mofos that you could find. You probably go behind a trash can, you pick them up, you get them a little contract. You know, they mama happy with the crack spilling out their damn mouth, you know, with another baby falling out her womb. You know what I mean? They get these degenerate mofos and then they want to say, oh, this is black culture. You know, and that's why you got these idiots when they do these Thomas Sowell reaction and they got their mouth open like they ready for a cock to go in. Oh, this is black culture. You know what I'm saying? These people, man. Fuck them.
Yo, man, it's crazy how they let people just get away with saying the craziest stuff about black people, and there's literally no kind of repercussions for it on social media. Like, there's no like social media censorship or anything. If he had said anything about quote unquote kosher culture, what would have happened? Do you think that this tweet would still be up right now?
Nah, he'll be triple canceled like Nick Fuentes. It's like, you know, no bank account, no nothing.
Yeah, they would get him off of Rumble too.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah. People haven't pushed Rumble to the limits of Rumble yet, but I bet you if he start going down that rabbit hole, his account will be gone. That shit will vanish.
Yeah.
And is he on the No Jumper podcast right now?
Yeah.
Of course.
That's great. I knew it. How do I know? That's great.
Of course, you already know he on No Jumper. This hit No Jumper, Adam 22 and Vlad. They try to sit back and get people on there that are gonna say the things that they want to say, but they can't really say it because it'll make them look bad for their consumer base, for their family.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
So
Hey, by the way,
vicariously through them.
Exactly.
Like, that's what I'm
projection,
trying to say.
vicarious. By the way, can I borrow $10,000?
Who from
you?
Where I'm getting $10,000 at?
Well, I need somebody to screw my wife, so I need the $10,000 to pay them. Like Adam 14.
Oh man!
Wait, hold on. Adam 22 paid, old boy.
Yeah, 10K. 10K.
10K to smash.
What?
Oh my god! Because he said, you know what he said? He said my thought process was he's gonna smash her, and then the video's gonna go crazy, so we're gonna get way more money back. You know.
Wow. Man, we're gonna get there, man. Hold that thought. We're gonna get there in a minute, man. Let's finish this shit. Because that's just unfathomable and wild. But anyway, let's get this real quick.
And I said black culture promotes degeneracy. That's something that everybody knows. And you listen to any rap music like Durk. I listen to Lil Durk all the time. He's rapping about murder all the time. He knows that will sell more music. He knows that rap beef and like, I'm going to kill you, you're going to kill me. But you're 29 with kids. Still talking about like killing other people and you're going to risk your life over music. Like everything that hip hop promotes, besides Ye and besides a few like, you know, Christian rap or stuff like that, it's all just drugs, murder, bitches. When a black person becomes more affluent, when they put on a suit, when they get a good job, when they speak correctly, you're speaking white. Yo, why are you talking like a white boy?
Literally nobody says that. But what I find interesting though is that none of these people like Sneako, none of them, like I really don't see Sneako with a haircut that looks like the style that Clarence Thomas wears. Do you guys?
Yeah, that haircut is trash. His head shape is pissing me off, actually.
You said that before.
Right now.
Yeah, he got a Vivek Ramaswamy head.
Yeah,
and then his
beard right now.
And his beard is super patchy, bro. And the size of his head too. Look, I said, bro.
Looking terrible, man.
Bro, what's his race again? What is he?
What's his race? Bro. His race is last place.
But whatever his race is, man, we can say that culture is trash. Just looking at him and what he does.
Right.
Yeah, basically. I mean, this is a dude that literally both men on this podcast right here, while they trying to talk about degenerate culture, both of these men
have been cooked.
They've been cucked. They've allowed other men to thoroughly, you know what I'm saying, drill their woman's insides.
And Sneako was in the room.
Yeah, Sneako was in the room, sitting right on the
Sneako was
bed.
bragging about it. Talking about he was watching his girl get knocked up by another guy. I was like, what?
You were crazy, bro.
Both of them
And
are
it's funny
crazy.
he's saying all this degeneracy and all that, but he was sitting up there flaunting his guns, trying to threaten a little white boy. You remember that?
Yeah, what's his name? Moist Critical.
Yeah, he was trying to threaten a little white boy with his guns, acting like he was so tough. And then
And Moist Critical was like, first of all, they're not clips, moron.
right.
They're mags. And then he pulled out like a gun the size of Lil Bow Wow, and Sneako didn't make no streams about him no more.
No more. He was done.
Yeah, he want no more problems, bro. He just pull up and
That shit is crazy. That shit is wild.
I'm just speaking English properly. When they talk about keeping black culture black in those affluent areas, they mean they want a doctor who's also sagging. They want to.
Man, literally nobody
What?
has ever
Nobody
asked
said
for a
that.
doctor that's sagging. Let me ask you guys a question in the comment section. Have you guys ever expected your doctor to sag, or do you expect him to come out in a lab coat?
Bro, if I saw my doctor sagging, I'm leaving the hospital. What do you?
Exactly.
Right. I expect my doctor to be a man,
Yeah,
to be act on principle, you know?
Right. Right. I mean, the things that these people say is just bizarre and it's wild. And you got to ask, like, where do they get this nonsense from?
The Pearly Things Plantation.
Right.
World Star. You know that's their encyclopedia, World Star.
Hey, how do they be sounding when they say World Star is black culture, bro?
Well, you know, on World Star, they say that's what they do on World Star. Like, you know, that's how they do it.
All I see is black people fighting. That's what World Star is.
Right.
Oh, these black people, they don't have no culture, man. They don't know how they don't want to live our lives, man. They don't have no culture. That's how they be sounding, bro.
That's exactly how they sound. That's exactly how they sound. Little Johnny and little Ethan, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Dude,
They
I was
come
loading up the clips because I was about to go and shoot up my school the other day, and the only thing that saved the fucking classroom was that fucking World Star came on. And all I got,
bro, imagine if all black people that's on Twitter, as soon as the school shooting happened, be like, "Oh man, white culture is trash." You know what I'm saying? That's the equivalent right there.
That's exactly what it's the equivalent. I think like you said, I was watching Afro Elite. He was saying the little things that Asian people do, the little things we see, we could attribute that to them.
Right.
Oh,
I was like,
bro, did y'all see? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
Oh, did you see what happened with the Asian guy and that white guy in the car crash? So some white guy hit an Asian guy. Yes, bro.
Yeah, well, the Asian dude didn't hit him because, and shout out to Torian Rain. Torian Rain said that Bruce Lee didn't die for such bad fighting for him because what ended up happening was the Asian dude swung on the white dude and like it was nothing but air. Like he airballed a punch. I ain't never seen nothing like that in my entire life.
Yes, and the Asian guy was in the wrong.
Yeah,
and he tried to fly. The Asian guy jumped in the guy lane. He tried to speed away. The guy followed him, called the police. He finally pulled over into I think a JCPenney parking lot. The guy gets out. He didn't know it was recorded, and the Asian guy swung at him like what?
And missed.
Wow.
It was literally a swing and a miss.
That's
it was a swing and a miss.
So the Asian guy can't drive. That's one stereotype, and then he's breaking another stereotype. He can't fight. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, I saw. By the way, I saw a lot of white people in there talking about what about anti-Asian hate crime? What about white crime? You know what I mean? Like anti-white crime or some shit like that. It was something like that.
Of course.
They're beating each other up. What do you want us to do about that?
That's hilarious.
That was hilarious, bro.
That's wild.
The doctor who's still banging and throwing up signs.
I agree that there's a lot of stuff within hip hop culture that is kind of negative, for sure.
All of it.
All of it. You really put me on the spot here to think about it objectively.
When I said black culture promotes.
So you see how Adam 22 didn't deny it,
bro. Adam benefits off of all the negative things. He adds fuel to the fire, and then he says, "Oh, it's negative, so we shouldn't. It's it's not good."
Yeah,
but he's making millions of dollars off of it.
Millions of dollars. Millions.
But he's still letting his bitch get fucked. That's crazy.
Yeah, that shit is wild.
Yeah, that's his ex-girl. He got a new one now.
That shit is wild. So let me see. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, so now we got. When was this that Nick Fuentes came on Fresh and Fit?
I don't know, but I saw that and I saw some black broad co-signing everything he said.
Well, We'll get to that. We'll definitely get to that. So let's check this out. We got a little bit of it here. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna run this, and we probably won't watch this whole thing because it's 24 minutes, but we will get to it until we get tired of it, and then we'll go to something else. So just tell me when you guys want me to stop it.
All right, cool.
Been talking about race mixing.
Okay.
That's sort of been.
That's the first time that word has been said.
On the show before you guys got here.
Okay. Indirectly also, yeah. So I thought I'd ask the panel, and this is really prompted by Myron, because I respect everybody's opinions on this, but what does the panel think about race mixing? Y'all have black boyfriends, stuff for the Jewish boyfriend. Why don't we start with you? What do you think about race mixing? Do you think about this?
Pause. When have I ever seen a whole black women panel? So they bring the white supremacists on and a whole black panel?
Man, they get
bro, did the crew get together and say, hey y'all, make sure all the girls are niggas. Make sure we got that way it balances out the white supremacists in the room. Like what they put a whole equation and a formula up there, like what?
But you know what's crazy though? None of them said no.
Right.
Like they all went on there.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
They probably trying to hook up with him because they need a man.
When
I don't think they would go to this guy for a man.
Oh, girl was twerking on him. That's next to him.
Did he tell her to stop?
Nah, he didn't tell her to stop. He was like, oh, wow, I'm a virgin. Like,
that boy Nick Fuentes left saying Black Power.
That's too funny, man.
That's great.
That is too funny, man. Wow, yeah. All right, I'm gonna run it.
Necessarily call it race mixing. I call it interracial dating. Right off the bat, I don't know the exact time frame, but I believe in the 1950s that's when interracial marriage was legalized. Please someone correct me if I'm wrong. I can't put a correct date to it. But I don't think it's inherently bad. I don't think it's inherently something we should strive for. If it happens, it happens. I know there are certain people who their dating preferences are anti one specific race. I do not agree with that. But if someone comes from like a very Asian family and
that's interesting. I wonder anti what specific race is she talking about? I'm curious of. When people say stuff like that, I'm always curious because we all know who they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like we all know they dog whistling about black people. But like my thing is like, why don't they just say it?
Right.
That's absolutely right. And by the way, shout out to Myron, man. Look at that full head of hair.
Yeah, but it's good. If you look behind the headphones, he's still bald over there, you know.
And then you have this.
That crown is not doing it.
Yeah,
bro. Then you have this. Facts. No, absolute fact. Then you got this chick next to him. She dressed like she's about to go to church, but she knows she's about to go to the strip club next.
Right.
And she also said something that's interesting. She said the interracial marriages were legal in the 50s.
Yeah, I think that's what she said.
Weren't like black people and white people segregated in the 50s still?
There was a case, I think it was called Loving versus Virginia. I don't know when it happened exactly. I can't remember, but it was that case that I believe the legal term for it was like miscongeniation or something like that. And I think that it was that case that changed that precedent. I'm not sure exactly.
1967.
Oh, it was 1967.
I just googled it. Like 1965 was they signed the what's it called? I'm blanking out on the name.
Civil Rights Act?
Yeah, the Civil Rights Act, and then 1965 after 1967, that's when they signed the interracial marriage act. Yeah, 2 years later.
Wow. Yeah, I'm trying to find. I had this. I don't know what happened to my videos, man. I had all my shit up here, and that's why I'm like quiet in the background. Like I'm trying to look for this one video that I had. Did y'all see that debate between Just Pearly Things and that feminist on Pierce Morgan?
Not yet.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Man, I gotta find that video. I'm about to try to find it. So I'm about to run this real quick. If y'all want me to stop, then just let me know and I'll stop it.
Okay.
All right.
They're like, listen, for cultural reasons, for like getting along reasons, for integration reasons, it's going to be in my best interest to date another Asian person. I really do get that. But if someone is like, an Asian person who says, I'll date anyone besides Hispanics. That's, it's a little sticky.
I see. Why don't we just go around the panel? Can I say my position first?
Yes,
Is that all
go.
right?
Yes,
okay,
like
I know. Yeah, you guys are probably curious. So here's my position. Okay, it's a little. Okay, you're going to be surprised about this, I think. Me? Yeah. So I've actually said on my show a lot. It's a little controversial in my community, but I'm actually attracted to women of all groups, of all races. Okay. See, I'm 21st century. Well, here's the controversy. But I would never date someone from outside my race.
I agree. Okay.
But here's why. So I'm Catholic. My body count 0. I want to have.
Now, here's the thing. This is interesting, right? Because my question is, what is your race?
Yeah, I think he said he was a little bit Italian, like he's mixed with Italian, and he has some white heritage in there too.
Well, from what I understand, he's Italian and Mexican. So again, my question is, what is your race? Because you're not white.
He's a half blood,
and you're not black. So what? So you're the product of what you're against. So
he's fighting himself.
Yeah. So with him, honestly, based on his logic, he should remain an incel because there's nobody that's his race, because his race is a mix of a bunch of things that aren't white. And if we're looking at it like that, he would never be able to find anybody probably that's the exact same race or genetic composition as him. So he should do exactly what he's doing and remain an incel.
Right.
Based on his logic. I mean, this is his logic. He's the one saying this. So he should continue doing what he's doing, being attracted to all women and getting with none.
But I think he's deluded himself into thinking he's white presenting. So he's saying I'm white. So I think that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Even though
that's interesting, because if he get with if he tries to deal with some white woman or some white family that's racist enough, they'll remind him that he ain't white.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, they'll let him know, like that. It's just that when people come with this kind of insanity, it's just wild to me. Shout out to my man DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said the black woman in the blue looks like she wants him. Look at her body language. Very disturbing.
Yeah, he does. Take him up through there, like, come on, little white boy, let me show you.
You know what's crazy? So this is what's crazy, right? Because I watched a couple streams that was reacting to this, and like people get mad. Yo, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to my man Keep It 100 that just popped in. I've seen a lot of black men co-signing Nick Fuentes before, you know what I'm saying, especially like when it came to the Just Pearly thing situation. But then at the same time, like when you see situations like this, there's a lot of women who really seem to be fascinated with these white racist dudes. Like, it's just the dynamics of that shit is wild. So to me, that just tells me, like, all in all, you know what I'm saying, there's an interesting issue with black people that have a fascination with actual racists.
That is simple.
Yeah, like the Hodge twins said, you know what I'm saying? What's good with it, bro? What's on your mind?
Talking to me?
Yeah, talking to you. What's good with it, bro?
Well, I just walked in the building, so I gotta kind of feel out the conversation before I comment. But everything good over here, man. Out in New York, humid as fuck, and it's raining. So I see what we're talking about. We're talking about Nick Fuentes. I see, I seen a few situations he was on Fresh and Fit, I see. So I guess he's making his tour through black YouTube.
Right, which is wild, because like, again, like with people like him and Sneako, it's crazy that they allowed to do the videos on YouTube, and like the videos stay up with them in the video, even though these are people that have been canceled off of YouTube. Like, it's crazy to me that YouTube does that.
Yeah,
that's facts, man. Does that keep 100?
Yeah, that's Keep It 100.
Man, keep 100, man. We need to talk about what's going on with you, man. So I heard you was taking a contract from Pearly Things. What's going on, bro?
Hey, you gotta beat the allegations, man.
Nah, man. What contract with that 1% of 1% deal?
That plantation deal, bro.
That's hilarious, man. Yo, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 24 people watching on Reacts, and we got 19 likes. If everybody could smash that like button and get us up over 20, that'd be great. And we got 19 on Grind and Motivate. So shout out to the 19 people over there. Hit that like button and share the stream. And shout out to the people watching on Twitch and Rumble. All right, I'm gonna run this. Let me know when y'all want me to stop.
sex with my wife, just my wife, and I only want to have sex to have kids, and I want kids that are from the same group as me. I want white kids. So naturally, it follows if I want to.
You're not white. Like that. I want to reiterate that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because like, bro, you're not white. So like for you, like it would be a different story if he said, you know, like I want some mixed kids. You know what I'm saying? Like I want some, I want some Mephisto kids, but you're not white, homie. You ain't gonna reproduce with a white woman and make a white child. You're gonna make a mixed child that's, you know what I'm saying, maybe looks white, but like, bruh.
Yeah, but if he says I want a mixed kid, he's gonna go against his whole ideology, It's gonna mess everything up.
But his kid is gonna be mixed anyway because he's mixed.
Yeah, but it's good. It's better to say I'm white and then just keep his ideology going,
Right, yeah, like he's passing and shit. But like it to me, like it's just wild how these people are delusional. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is crazy. Like I'm not even gonna go there. But you see a lot of people saying this crazy shit that makes no logical sense, like Nick Fuentes, and it's just wild to listen to that shit. It's just wild. You know what I'm saying? Like my thing is, whatever people's dating preference is, I've said this before. I don't criticize people's dating preferences. Date who you want to, be happy with who you want to be happy with. But it's the logic in what makes sense versus what doesn't make sense to me that is the issue. And when you're a mixed individual, you know what I'm saying, that has brainwashed yourself into saying that you're white, because he is indeed two races, right? Like if you're Mexican, you're Mestizo, you know what I'm saying, or Native Indigenous, right? And he's Italian, which we know most people that are Italian, if you're Sicilian, you're a mix of black and, inland Italian, right? So you have a lot going on there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If Nick, let me ask you a question. If Nick went to Scandinavia, would he stand out? Like if he went to Finland, if he went to Norway, if he went to Sweden, would everybody be able to easily recognize him?
Hell yeah, he looked like a leprechaun.
Well, he would probably look more like the migrant population in those places, right?
Yeah,
because those places have a lot of migrant population. Like those are the type of people that was up there getting their ass beat by ASAP Rocky.
Now, I'm gonna say this, right? You're right. If he was over there, he would look different. But I've said it before, in America, race and class are just about synonymous. And I think that the mistake we sometimes make is when we say race, we think we're talking about ethnicity.
Right.
And we're really not. Like, what we got to understand is race has not, in America, let me make it contextually correct. In America, race has not been ethnicity for a long time. Remember, white used to be Anglo-Saxon.
Right.
Right? It hasn't been that in a long time. White is now a class. Like it is a designation.
Facts.
Right? So
Facts.
If he says he's white, he's ethnically wrong, but class-wise, he's correct. In America, we treat people who appear white to be white, right? Especially, like you said, he's mixed with Italian. Italians in America are considered white people.
Right.
So everything you said about Italians mixed and the Sicilian mix is absolutely correct. I don't dismiss those facts because those are facts. But here, because and the reason this is true is because they want to keep the majority. Right.
No, I agree. There's actually a USCIS immigration case called Dow versus the United States, and in that particular case, the Syrian people were designated the white naturalization status by the United States Immigrations and Customs Services because of their religion of being Christian. You know what I'm saying? It's a case that you can look up. You know what I'm saying? And then just in the comment section, I never said that Mexican was a race. I don't know why people do that. Like they'll say something that was not said. What I said was, if you're Mexican, in most cases, you're Mestizo. And Mestizo is a mix of European, African, and indigenous. I literally said that. So why
heard
people are in the comment section saying that I said that Mexican is a race is beyond me, because that was never stated.
That's a straw man. But let's keep it with CP the artist, and let's get back to the video. But before we get back to the video, I just want you guys to point out the two women back there with nothing to do on a Saturday or Friday night or whatever the hell it is. The light-skinned chicks are not on the panel with the full-blown Nazi member, got his patches and everything, but they got all the black chicks. So, they put all the white people and the light-skinned people to the back of it, biracial, put them to the background, bring out the black chicks.
Right.
Yeah, and I also want to point out Chris is ugly as fuck. I don't know why he keeps pointing the camera at himself, bro.
That's hilarious.
Damn.
No, I wasn't talking about your comment, Cameron. I didn't even see your comment.
I have a wife and I want to have white kids, then I shouldn't date someone outside my race because I'm not going to marry him.
Correct.
So that's my position.
Yeah.
But we'll go around. What do you guys think about that? What are your thoughts on it in general? What about you? So you're, well, I'm sorry. Someone had a thought.
I was going to say, if that's the way you think, Baby Blue, then keep that in your vicinity, because
But he has the right to not.
I agree. Because dating outside my race makes me feel weird. I've done it just to make sure that
What was his race?
He a Nicaraguan. He still had color. You feel me? He was Hispanic. But at the same time, he still wasn't a black man. You get what I'm saying? So I agree with you. You get what I'm saying? Like, love y'all, but I ain't gonna date you, baby. You know what I'm saying? I get that.
Oh, she was talking about Barbados.
I want black babies, and I want the black race to continue.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to, lay down.
It's like he's trying to push his racial agenda. We're doing the same.
Yeah. I mean,
because it was cute how his message had a racial undertone and yours didn't. I said the exact same thing.
The only reason why mine didn't have a racial undertone is because I'm black and he's white, and people like
not necessarily because you called it interracial dating and he called it race mixing.
Yeah.
That is just
Oh no, I was talking about his example. Like, he is a white guy who wants to date white women to have like white cultural standards.
That's interesting how it turned into a fight between the two women.
She kind of called her out on. No, she didn't call her out. She was just pointing out how he had racial undertones in this, and she didn't.
Right. But my thing is she wrong for not having racial undertones in it? I mean, like, my thing is like, if Nick Fuentes wants to only date or only marry within what he considers himself, which is white, I don't see nothing wrong with that. Now, as far as what the other lady said, I'm not exactly sure exactly what it was that she said, but it didn't sound too egregious or crazy. So to me, like, what it sounds like is that woman that's sitting next to Nick Fuentes, she kind of like doing the just pearly things thing with what Nick Fuentes is talking about.
Yeah, and I also agree with you. If he wants to date in his own race, that's fine. But the thing is, he's trying to push it on other people, So that's why I'm like,
okay.
Stop it.
What do you guys think?
I don't what the guy. I think he's weak.
Who was that? Nick Fuentes?
Yeah.
He one of the most popular YouTubers that's not a YouTuber though.
Right. Yeah.
But the thing that's wild is, like, and y'all can see what I was saying before. There's a lot of black people that like really love and respect this dude, which is wild.
Right. Crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Me and CP were talking about that. He was saying that there were a lot of guys that were black that were sending super chats and stuff. We were trying to debate whether or not they was an FBA or non-FBA.
Yeah, CP is right about that, man. Like, you see it all the like. Do you guys remember when he had called in to Obsidians? It was a whole bunch of people that was like, if you read the comment section, they was all like, yeah, like Nick Fuentes is not really that different from us, and blah 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 blah, and this, that, and the other. And I don't know, man. Like, I think Nick Fuentes is actually very different from them, just in rhetoric and everything.
Yeah,
he's very different from them. And it's funny because it's crazy that they're supporting him, because Nick Fuentes has said he wants to get the black people out of here. He wants to get every race out of here except for white people. He wants to make a pure white race nation. That's what he said. And it's crazy that they're supporting him.
Which is interesting because they had that in the Caucasus Mountains, and then they changed it.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But I digress.
Standards, where my example was an Asian person dating an Asian person to have Asian cultural standards. It's the same exact thing, besides white and Asian, obviously. But coming from a black woman, I feel like, especially in the society where very democratic, very libertarian people are like supposed to be quote unquote the correct people, they would like accept me saying it before him just because it's me. Which
But again, it's about the undertone and how you guys said it. Like I said, you have the exact same message, but you called it race mixing.
That's the same thing. Interracial race mixing.
One at a time, ladies. One at a time, so they can actually hear you. Somebody had something over here.
I just feel like
it's crazy how like in any of these kind of situations is like it's always a white person in the background smiling and some black people going back and forth over some dumb shit. It's always like, did you see Nick Fuentes just sitting there laughing with his hands up, like, I can't stop these women from fighting? You know what I'm saying? Smiling.
It's me.
You know what I'm saying? And then they just going back and forth like some like nobody put a gun to their head and made them go back and forth over some nonsense that Nick Fuentes said, but like they felt compelled to do it. And you see that all the time.
Yeah, and the chick next to Nick Fuentes started it, so it's kind of crazy.
It's just crazy because this shit is just wild, man.
Just probably things all over again.
It's just wild.
And it's about the undertone and how you guys said it. Like I said, you have the exact same message, but you called it race mixing.
And she called it interracial race mixing.
One at a time, ladies. One at a time, so they can actually hear you. Somebody had something over here.
I just feel like it was the same message, but different verbiage.
Yeah, and that's what makes it different. Like I'm okay. Like before we got on air, we were talking because somebody on my Instagram live asked me to ask him when he dated a black girl, and he said it was mine. No, right. And I said, okay, I don't care because I wouldn't date a white man.
That's fine.
That's right.
And then he called me racist.
Well, I said that as a joke, though. I said that laughingly, in a friendly way. Well, but here's the thing: we are saying a different thing because you're saying culture, but I'm saying race.
Exactly.
And I think that. But here's the thing: I feel like if a white person talks about their race and the way the black people talk about theirs, they get called racist. But you said you want to have black babies because you want the black race to continue. That's why I want to have white kids, because I want the white race to continue.
Well, it's racist because of historical and because of systemic racism that runs in white culture.
What do you guys think about that? I know y'all want to say something about that, so go ahead.
So I'm gonna tell you why it's different. Okay, because what they mean when they say they want the white race to continue, their methods of doing so is very different. Okay, white power and white pride is not the same as black power and black pride. It's not even the same words. Okay, because we know what white people do to affect their white power and pride, opposed to what black people do when they affect black power and black pride. So it's what it implies, what actions and different things it implies that those things come with. Okay, so just simply saying, hey, I just want the white race to genetically continue. Like, nobody's fooled by that. We know what that means, because in order for you to do that, you have to do some egregious shit.
Yeah, I think it actually, when you hear white people talking about that, there's an undertone there, and they don't necessarily mean they want the white race to continue, because as long as there's a whole bunch of people in those countries in Europe, the white race is going to continue. What they mean is that they want white supremacy and complete control over the entire world to continue. And I think that they understand that a certain amount of a population in certain areas and certain control over certain resources and assets is necessary. And in order to do that, they either have to have people indoctrinated by ideology, or they have to actually have their numbers at a certain level. And that's their agenda. Not so much simply reproduction. It's not like it's not like anybody out here is going extinct. Their birth rates are down and stuff like that, but I don't think they really even care about that. I think it's more about the power and the control, because Dr. Francis Cress Welsing would talk about the genetic annihilation paranoia, which is clearly what Nick Fuentes is talking about here. Because if you look at the birth rates and different things like that when it comes to dealing with black people, we're nowhere near in any danger of genetic annihilation. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of the countries in Africa have some of the highest birth rates in the world. It's only white people who have a decreasing birth rate. So with that, it's difficult to maintain power and complete control over most of the assets in the world, in the entire global financial system, without at least a strong, stable population. You know what I'm saying?
I'm glad you said what you just said, because one of the arguments in the manosphere is genetic annihilation. And like when guys mention that to me, I boil it up and throw it in the garbage where it belongs.
As far as majority minority, I mean, you don't have to have a population majority to run shit.
Right.
You don't.
Facts.
So I mean, genetic annihilation is one thing, right? Boosting numbers, whether it be through giving people white status, because remember, there's I discussed this on, I think it was Green Gorilla's stream, the white Caucasian. I don't know if I discussed that here, the white Caucasian white, pardon me, the Caucasian Latino, my bad. Caucasian Latinos who identify as Caucasians, which I'm sure Nick Fuentes is. He's somebody that probably checks the Caucasian box on the form if he is given a form to check a box. So those are all things that, all trick bag shit that they use to boost the Caucasian numbers in this country. And if you tell somebody they're white, they're not going to throw that status away. They're going to use that and cash it in. Right? So, especially here in America. So, at the end of the day, even without all that stuff, even without all of that, all this fear of this and this and this, like, it doesn't even matter. Like, if Latinos, which they're close to being, the majority here, at least the majority minority at first. And that's why they these people give it white status. The only thing that I guess it really affects is the elections, but outside of that, it doesn't affect who runs the country.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. You guys want to keep going, or you want to come back to this?
Let's keep it going.
You want to keep it going? All right, cool.
So, but what's racist about me wanting to have white kids?
Nothing is racist about you, particularly because you're 24 years old. However, coming from a white, not white, Anglo background, and our country was built on the backs of. So
this, she clearly doesn't know Nick. There's nothing Anglo about Nick. He doesn't come from an Anglo background, and that's the point that I was getting at, and that's where Keep It 100 was picking up at right where I was coming from. But what she's saying right here is not correct. He's not coming from an Anglo background, which is the issue, and that's what Keep It 100 was talking about that whole class thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he looks white, so he's passing.
Yeah, exactly, and that's part of that whole class thing.
He's trans white.
Right, he identifies as white. Facts.
Yeah.
Facts. Which is interesting because he has a problem with people identifying as women who aren't women, but he's not white and he's identifying as white. So that motherfucker really is actually transracial.
Slaves and or taking people's land and or acting like it's ours, it's always going to be there. So yeah, and the fact that white proud guys go, we're the superior race, so you can't act like that doesn't happen either. So just because you're sitting here going, oh, I'm different, I like y'all, I'm just not gonna date y'all.
Both people didn't mention anything about superior. Even I did not mention anything about.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just talking about culturally and historically. Is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying nobody said that.
Oh, so like societally now that there's different because his ancestors might have had like totally bad intentions. They did.
I don't even think it's too far removed from him.
My ancestors had bad intentions.
In the sense,
you're right. Well, you don't. But you're making assumptions. I mean, one background of mine,
Right. You said Italian for him.
Yeah. So
the Italians supported Hitler, didn't they?
Not only did the Italians support Hitler, Italians are racist as hell.
And Nick Fuentes hates Jews. Those people.
Yeah. See, there's that. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's just interesting how they got all these uninformed people. And the thing that's even funnier though, this is the shit that's hilarious. Myron and Fresh Prince CEO, they know all of this stuff, but they just sitting back loving it, enjoying a good time.
Hey, Myron doesn't have to work this podcast.
Right.
Just chilling. Usually he has a retard for co-host. But,
Right.
To America, but also I support Hitler, so it's really besides the point.
That's the
look, so you don't really understand, okay?
We are running a time now. Let's go.
I understand that someone can say something like I support Hitler, and it's like, okay, well maybe you can support one isolated thing that he did rather than like the tragedy that he was known for, and it's like a tongue-in-cheek thing to say. I mean, as someone who is dating a Jewish man, like I cannot just like sit here and get into an argument over that with you. Like we would be here all day.
That's true. Well, and I don't support just part of it.
Hey, her relationship is done. then people ain't gonna accept her saying that you can support any aspect of what the mustache guy did. If they ever get hold of this podcast, or if they ever see anything about any of this, mark my words, her relationship is done. It's a rizap.
The boyfriend's family, right?
It seems like she's playing apologist. Am I bugging?
Nah, not at all.
Yeah, she's playing buddy with him, bro.
Actually, I was gonna say they all are.
Yeah.
They all are.
Would you
know
say
what
the
I'm
girl to the I guess outright is doing the same? I mean, I just walked in the room. You know, it seems like she's giving him a little bit of pushback.
Yeah, she's the only one.
Yeah, the one with the blue dress, right?
But she twerked on him on the video, so I can't really give it to her.
Well, I don't think that I don't think that the girl with the blue dress is giving him pushback at all. I think that she's using some clever ways of phrasing the things that she's saying to apply his talking points to her situation, but trying to distance herself from his particular ideology. If you pay close attention, she never like hops in and goes in on Nick Fuentes. She's always going in on somebody else. She don't really disagree with Nick Fuentes. It's a real interesting shorthand dynamic that they have.
I mean, but she did say, oh, I'm only dating, she said to Nick Fuentes, it could go from I'm only dating in my own race to white power real quick. That's what she said to him. That's the only thing she said to him, though.
Right, and he didn't, and he knows that she's telling the truth, so he didn't say anything. He just
he didn't say anything. He just moved on to the next topic.
Right. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please take a moment, smash the like button. If you guys haven't hit the bell, make sure you guys hit the bell, and please share the streams to your social media.
For most of it, I'll just put that out there. But
why?
That's besides the point.
I don't know why. Murdering
Why?
people?
Because well, first of all, I don't think that actually happened. That's first. But second of all, I think the whole history of World War II is basically a lie, in my opinion.
It was genocide.
It's also factual.
Can you explain that?
Okay, we'd be happy to facilitate this debate. We'll allow it to happen, but just let Nick give his position, and then you guys can articulate your response back. But before we do that, did you want to answer the systemic thing?
Yeah, the Hitler thing to me is a diversion, but the systemic racism thing, that's really the critical thing. Right. See, I look at it kind of differently. You say that white people came and took the land and we built it off of blacks and everything. The thing is, though, where were blacks working or where were they slaves in America? They were slaves in the South, and they were doing agricultural work. And so
that's not true. Historically, there was slavery in the North too, and the North ended slavery before the South. So again, this is a white lie, which is one of the reasons why these people are so dangerous, because of white lies. You know what I'm saying? And then second of all, as far as talking about systemic, that's not even an argument, because Reuters just came out with a report that traced 100 U.S. lawmakers in Congress and 5 sitting presidents back to slave-owning descendants. And then if you look at that government makeup that we have and the recent decision of throwing out the case of the Tulsa race massacre for people who are quote-unquote still alive today, that shows the internal workings of the country.
Yeah, some of the early presidents were slave owners too. I know Thomas Jefferson was 100% a slave owner. I'm not sure about the other
George
ones.
Washington, all
George
of the
Washington,
alleged founding fathers of the United States were all slave owners. Every single one of them. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. Real quick, yo, Jada Informant multitasking. He on the panel sending super chats. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay for the super chat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, shout out to Jay.
Consequence, they didn't really.
Are we calling it work, or were they forced? Were they happy to be there?
That's forced labor is still labor, right?
That's forced labor.
So, I mean, but the point is, it's agricultural labor, and America's not built on cotton necessarily. It's built on buildings and railroads and things like that.
That the majority of African American people actually help facilitate and make.
But the point is that blacks picking cotton doesn't mean that they built America.
Blacks picking cotton means that the cotton gin was created by a black man, which is one of the things that springboarded our economy into the economy that we have now, which led to the Industrial Revolution, which led to us being a superpower that we are today. Right. So, you know what I'm saying? This is a life of a country that is still around, and each of these events is very important. Yeah. Now, what I find fascinating is that slavery lasted for 200 years in this country, and 4th of July was only one day. And these white people think that one day of 4th of July had more of an impact than 200 years of slavery. What the fuck is wrong with you guys' math? I thought your IQ was so high.
Yeah, him trying to talk like cotton wasn't about no money. like cotton paid for a lot of shit in America. And the idea that that's all black people did.
Right.
Yeah. You know, so the John Henry story, right? That wasn't based on a pile driving black man.
Yeah. What about the white guy named Pierre L'Enfant that was such a prick? He took all the plans from Washington, D.C. back to France. So the black guy, Benjamin Banneker, did it and built Washington, D.C., along with the entire city built by slaves.
Again, see, the problems, where do I start? A lot of the movies that we watch that are based in slavery, the problem that I have, you know, people are always like, well, we need slave movies so that these people know our history, but they're only telling that one narrative of it. And that's why you got young dudes like this. They see these movies and they think, oh, all you did was pick cotton.
Right.
And that's the beginning and the end of the slavery.
What about the entire medical industry built off of stolen stem cells from Henrietta Lacks?
Henrietta Lacks, yes, and the family's still fighting.
Yeah. The C-19 vaccine was built off of stem cells from her DNA.
But what I'm saying is also that what they're leaving out is not only the inventors, the innovators, you know, a lot of people, like, you know, we have black people in these wars that you know, made great things happen for the country. It's almost like the white men are doing all the great shit and the black people are just building and picking cotton to fund the white men doing the great shit.
Yeah, it's because they put their blinders on, though, man. I think you're completely ignoring the fact that these people, like Nick Dildo in the butt, he wants to ignore the fact that black people. I mean, look at the sisters that was at the NASA who did the mathematical work.
Yeah,
they intentionally ignore that way they can say, okay, the bell curve is true, because he doesn't want to admit that there's black people that's actually more intelligent than him.
Oh yeah, some Nigerians have some of the highest IQs in the world.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that. Yeah, absolutely, I agree with that.
Yeah, a bunch of them are doctors, lawyers.
Yeah, I mean, there's black people that have a higher IQ than him. There's Nigerians, Caribbeans, Africans. They're just not given the same opportunity because of the. I would say like this: if our weapons in the world was neutral, the people would get their act right.
I wonder what would happen, and I've said this on my channel, because I think that, you know, our culture is kind of dysgenic, right? I wonder what would happen, because what they did here was they bred black people to be physically stronger. But what if you took the smartest, the best and the brightest of those black people and you put them together, and hey, as much as I hate to say it this way, like if they bred, right?
Well, that's why I always say that would be I don't think that would be a bad idea.
But let me tell you what we have, and this is going to be a very manospheric talking point, okay? What we have is a lot of our women picking the dumbest, dullest, bum-ass niggas to procreate with.
Well, that's what I say about dating is eugenics, and I think that's why people should choose their partners on a report card of criteria instead of just certain particular things like visual appeal or, you know, bad boy mystique or something like that. Because if you're actually trying to create a optimal child or an optimal offspring, you know, just because somebody has a rap sheet, I mean, that doesn't help with anything. Real quick, Torian just called into the panel, so shout out to my man Torian. What's good with it, bro?
Torian Rain, fake news.
I see y'all up here talking about this bitch ass Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, we went all the way to the city dump to get him.
Yeah,
I don't think y'all went far enough. I think that man's beyond the damn city dump.
Yeah, big facts. Big facts. What was you saying though, 100? I want to hear what the rest of your point was, bro. My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to read the story in real quick.
Oh, good. Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is, like I said, you know, our culture is dysgenic, meaning like you said, if you're trying to do this, well, I don't think that's what the aim is. The aim is, like you said, to find the visual appeal and the, and visual appeal, but it has to be something to come with it, right? But again, to be honest, like our culture, and I'm gonna keep saying culture. I don't think that our race does this. I think our culture does. Our culture rejects anybody who seems to be the best and the brightest of our group. You know what I mean? For some reason, these characteristics are unattractive in our culture, right? So you get the opposite. You get a lot of procreating with the bottom of the barrel guys, and then of course, they want to seek out the better guys to raise the offspring of the bottom of the barrel guys, right? So you get a lot of that happening. It's not, of course, everyone, but it's too many. It's more than half that are doing what I consider dysgenics.
Well, I would say I would actually make an argument against that, because I would think that it's not only about who you procreate with, it's about what you educate your kids with. As we all know, the failed system, which is our educational system, has not helped us. I'm pretty sure if we had a real educational system, we'll have more. I mean, we already have black people that are phenomenal in education, whatever the field might be. But because they try to teach your kids, they want you to stay focused on history and not finance and STEM research and all this other stuff that we should be learning. They want to dumb your kids down. That way, by the time they're in the 12th grade, they haven't learned anything. That's what they want to do. And they want to get you as a parent to tell your kid that, oh, you need to know. The biggest thing that we talk about today is history, but we don't talk about finance. We don't talk about economics and all that stuff. We don't talk about I think there should actually be a course what a bootlick look like, you know what I'm saying? What a race trader look like. If I was over a superintendent, trust me, man, I would have a whole course on what somebody that looks like you, or somebody that looks like you that doesn't represent you. I would have a full course on that. You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
I want you to understand that me and you are making two very different arguments. Okay, so understand this. While I do not discount or discredit anything you just said as far as miseducating the Negro, dysgenics, education and intelligence are not the same thing, bro.
Mm-hmm.
They're not, right? So if you got a bunch of special ed kids in the class, you give them an education in physics or chemistry or calculus, they still gonna be special ed kids, bro. Right? They're not gonna walk out of there, being the gateway students because you gave them an education that you give the gateway students. That's not how that works. To understand that when you reproduce the worst genetics, you understand what I'm saying? People who
I get what you're saying. Absolutely.
Right. Who are more inclined to be one sort of person than another sort of person. When you reproduce that, right, then you get what you put in. So you can, now I'm not saying that the education of black children is the greatest. What I'm saying is, if you're gonna have a dysgenic culture, it doesn't matter. Right? Because the smart kid is always going to find a book to read. He's going to find some numbers to play with. He's going to look for that education, because people who want education, especially in this age that we're in the age of information, they're going to find, right? But we're raising kids, or we're reproducing children that wouldn't even be interested in the education that you would provide them. Because it's dysgenic. And that's what I'm talking about. The women are choosing the worst dudes to procreate with because they have the freedom to, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, your dysgenic special ed kid ain't. You give him the greatest education in the world, he's still gonna be that bum ass nigga.
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, what he's saying is, if you breed two idiots, you're gonna get an idiot kid. So it doesn't matter how much you educate that kid, he's not gonna learn anything.
I agree and disagree because, like I said, man, like you're not gonna find a whole school full of special ed slow bus kids. I mean, but if you say if you take two dumb parents, let's just say if I had a kid and I'm an idiot and I married this woman, she can barely put the square in the circle. We're both stupid, but our genes, our offspring, they have the ability to learn. I think that if you give them the right education, they will be able to to go into one of these fields. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever the field might be.
How come you couldn't make you never heard of the Special Olympics?
Yeah, I've heard of NAACP.
So let me ask you, how many smart kids on the short bus?
Besides me, about 19 others.
Because he said he never heard of a class full of slow kids.
Oh yeah, no, there's.
I'm
not trying to.
I've seen a lot.
I'm not trying to be an asshole, but there's entire yeah.
Yeah, we used to roast this kid, and he used to be sneaking into his little special class.
Any kind of container that you think of, there's enough dumb people to fill it up. Planets, galaxies, you know what I'm saying? Schools, buildings, skyscrapers. There's a constant and ongoing conveyor belt of idiots that's being reproduced constantly.
Let me put you on to something, fam. Right? Let me put everybody on to something. Right? There's a professor, Italian professor. His name is, I think, if I'm saying his name right, Carlo Cipolla. He wrote something called The 5 Basic Laws of Human Stupidity. Y'all can Google this. Okay? 5 Basic Laws of Human Stupidity. And law number 1 is the one you just broke. And there's always an underestimation of the amount of stupid people in circulation. I have this shit committed to memory, bro. Understand that the mistake that people make is thinking that stupid people are really smart people not applying themselves, or they're just not educated enough. No, you can't fix stupid. Stupid is what stupid does. Stupid is stupid. Stupid is stupid. And I want people to understand this. There will never be a shortage of stupid people. And stupid people are not smart people in disguise or smart people that just need more education. They just stupid motherfuckers, and that's it. Just understand this. Live with this reality. So understand that. And this is always the analogy. You have 2 glasses of water. You have a 10-ounce glass and an 8-ounce glass. You can't put 10 ounces of water in that 8-ounce glass ever. Now, if you put 8 ounces in that 10-ounce glass, then it can fit 2 more ounces, and that water represents the education. You give him 2 more ounces of education, and now he'll be a 10-ounce glass with 10 ounces of water. But you can't get that 8-ounce glass 10 ounces of water. You can only get 8 ounces. That's it. And that's what stupid people are.
Yeah, that's actually fact. I would actually tend to agree with that. I do agree with that.
And that was Keep It 100 that said that, by the way.
But now, he's keeping it 1,000.
Keeping it right now.
I'm gonna steal your gift now.
That's hilarious. So, yo, Torian, did you want to say anything, bro? You've been kind of quiet over there.
No, I just came in. I'm just trying to see what else is about to happen.
All right, for sure. All right, well, I'm gonna run this.
Moreover, all of the wealth that they created in the South was destroyed by the Civil War. Civil War destroyed the entire South, and by the end of it, there was almost nothing left. They're occupied by the North for a generation. So, the notion that blacks built America, whites built America.
So you're saying that black people just had to sit down and do the dirty work?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they were brought.
Whites built America.
Hold it right there, because now he's trying to discount what happened before the Civil War. So now he's saying, okay, none of that counts, and we don't count what happened after the Civil War. But even after the Civil War, we still had a bunch of black people out there creating their own cities when they were free, creating their own cities, doing their own things, creating crops and all that. Even some plantation holders, when the slaves were free, rehired the slaves because they were the best at agriculture. So even that is a lot. But you got these dim-witted women up there. They have no idea what they're talking about. The only thing they know in their heads is freaking nails and fucking hairstyles. So, I mean, he's making his argument against a bunch of people who are misinformed or uninformed.
Right.
And you got to realize, too, that Myron and Fresh
are just sitting there.
Well, that's because they agree with everything that he says.
Yeah.
They have the exact same sentiments as Nick. So there's that.
Yeah, true. And I think Myron's kind of focused. If you guys haven't noticed, he has a full head of black hair right now.
Yeah,
So
he must
he's
got
gotta-
something to do in the morning.
Yeah, he's shining right now, so he ain't worried about y'all.
He didn't get the white sheet out, you know.
Right.
So not discount all the trades that black men were doing, right? So you had your carpentry, I mean, these same black men, you think white men were building the buildings and the houses and this and that? I mean, didn't the slaves build the White House? Right?
Yeah.
The White House was built by slaves. How did they do this? From their agricultural training?
From their cotton picking training.
Yeah, from their cotton picking, right? Black men were the original Mexicans. Say it that way. Like, everything that you see Mexicans doing right now, the carpentry and all of that stuff.
When white people first came to the United States, they couldn't even build a full meal. They were dependent on the indigenous people that they turned around and backstabbed.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? So they weren't building anything. You know what I mean? That's one of the reasons why they had to go and get slaves. They don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, no, actual facts. But yeah, well, I forget who said it, but yeah, Nick is being allowed to slide because he's surrounded by a bunch of people who can't counter what he's saying. They don't know enough.
Yeah, he's literally in an echo chamber. Like, he's in an echo chamber inside Miami with Myron and Fresh, and then everything that he's saying is echoing inside the skulls of these women because there's no brain to soak anything up.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
White people, they were told to do the work, and they did agricultural work. But to say, blacks built America, they were always a fraction of the population. They were never.
Well, what I said was that the America was built on the backs of slaves. Is what I said, and then also the other part of that is
Hold on.
We're going back to
we said about.
They were always a fraction of the population. Y'all heard this?
Yep.
That is incorrect.
Give them enough rope and they'll hang themselves when they ain't trying to hang non-white people.
That is incorrect. And, I'd love to see these guys actually debate people who
know what they're talking about.
Right. Are formidable, people to debate, informed people. They, guys like him, your Candace Owenses and different people like that, they love to be in a room full of uninformed people to make them look like geniuses.
Right. Well, they need that because they can't actually present as geniuses. So they need to have that whole environment. It's kind of like what we're talking about. They need the entire environment to support their deficiencies. You know what I'm saying? So you change the environment to support your deficiencies. You don't have anybody that's going to give you any pushback because you're not capable of dealing with pushback. So you artificially engineer your environment to make it look like you're competent.
That's right. We call that controlled opposition, sir.
Facts. Super facts.
America.
So you're saying that, black people just had to sit down and do the dirty work.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they were brought
White
here.
people.
They were told to do the work, and they did agricultural work. But to say, blacks built America, they were always a fraction of the population. They were never.
Well, what I said was that the America was built on the backs of slaves. Is what I said, and then also the other.
So she backed down real quick.
Mm-hmm.
She tried to do the confidently backing down thing. So just so you don't miss that. And this chick over here just thinks everything is hilarious.
Part of that is shoot.
We're going back to
we said about the land
racism real quick because you had said that you want black babies and everything else like that, and then he said he wants white babies, and then you said, well, back in the day there's a part of systemic racism that's what makes it racist. But my argument would be, if you look at someone like a Malcolm X or Martin Luther King, etc., they all push for black families to stay together, support black businesses. How's that different from what he was saying, because they were also around during the civil rights era?
No, I didn't say him wanting to date within his.
How is anything that he just said comparable to racism?
Right.
Like he said, how is patroning black business racism? By force, we have to patron white businesses as a result of being completely locked out of the economy, because the economy is saturated in most industries except for emerging industries. But it's never looked at that. But then, like, if I want to go buy some cookies from Torian's cookie shop, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's racism. Despite the fact that I bought a car from Honda, despite the fact that I bought some lunch meat from Walmart, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't have anywhere else to buy it from.
That reminds me of when I was talking about this guy named Stu Peters or whatever his name was on Twitter when they had posted up. It was a bunch of black people down, I think in Atlanta, bought a whole community and put a bunch of tiny houses inside of it. And the video went viral. People showing what the homes look like and whatnot. And it was this white guy named Stu Peters, one of them blue check people on Twitter, literally quote tweeted it and typed in segregation. Question.
Despite the fact he's never quote tweeted anything about any of the existent today sundown towns.
So when we do something for ourselves, because they always say we need to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, which is another one of their million quotes that I hate, then it's segregation. But when they were doing it under Jim Crow, that was just the law of the land.
Boom.
Yeah, you can win, man.
Oh, you can win. You just gotta play dirty.
No. With them, you can't.
Yeah, you just
nothing
gotta
you do
play
is gonna
dirty.
make them happy. So it's like just do whatever.
It's not
you
about
want.
making them happy. You just gotta play. You just gotta play dirty. You know you gotta play like sand in eyes. You know,
I meant like
you're
gonna get criticized either way.
Yeah, the criticism ain't never hurt nobody, especially if you're criticizing because you lost.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You could criticize me as much as you want to, but if I got you in zip ties and you can't move, I can still, I don't care about you criticizing me. Just throw you down on the ground and watch you try to get back up. You know what I'm saying? But like people don't really have that mentality when it comes to dealing with people. And I think like the more that people begin to start utilizing that kind of mentality, you will see a quick change in people's mentality towards you. Most times people don't bite back. Most times people don't hit back. You start hitting back, things will stop real quick.
Facts, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Race is racist. I didn't equate that to systemic racism. I was talking about his verbiage. The fact that he called it mixed, and the fact that it's blacks, and the fact that it's like, yeah, I like y'all, but I'm cool. Right. That's where the systemic racism comes from. That's also, and I'm okay with that. Like, I want to have a black family. I don't mind that. Like, I'm okay with that. I would never date seriously outside of my race. I wouldn't.
But would it be fair to say that systemic racism can be played on both parts? Because on the black community, they also were saying, hey, back then, same thing with the racist whites. There were also blacks are racist back towards them. Like, hey.
Still, Myron's still not making no points right here.
But then again, isn't this guy from Sudan?
Yeah, he is.
So there's that.
I guarantee
he has a very we all know he has a very anti-black American nature. This same guy that put on a Klan hood, and I heard he recently did it again.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes was on that stream too, by the way.
They all do. They all put the hood on when nobody's looking. And sometimes
what I was gonna say, sorry about that.
No, go ahead, bro. You good.
What I was gonna say is the only book that's sold in his home country, his home toilet, is Thomas Sowell books.
That's hilarious, man. Listen, man, nobody thinks that white people are racist because they want to have white kids. Like that is like literally no one has ever said that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If white people are attracted to other white people, no one thinks that that's racism. Nobody thinks that that's racism. What's racism is when you have a district attorney named Jackie Johnson, who used to be the boss of the McMichaels family, literally illegally not detain somebody who's a murder suspect or a person of interest and utilize that value chain in an attempt to harm a black person. Show me where black people are doing that.
And looks like a parakeet.
Right. Right. Exactly.
Show me the video of where you see 3 black people chasing the white guy down on a freaking what's that, a truck or something like that, whatever the hell they had.
Show me the branch of government where it has black people who are owners of white slaves.
See, understand when people, this motherfucker's stupid. Myron, for all the arguments that I sometimes hear him make that actually sound, when it comes to this, he sounds like an idiot. Like systemic. The important word is systemic. Okay? When you say racism, you're talking about, when black people do this, and that's not even racism, right? But when you talk about systemic racism, black people do not run the system.
Exactly.
So black people definitely cannot perform systemic racism. There's no systems that black people control to where they can practice racism on a systemic level. So no matter what example his dumbass did make, none of it will constitute systemic racism.
White people think that if there's two people on Tatooine in Star Wars that was created by a white man, you know what I'm saying, and marketed by white movie companies, that's anti-white. No, that's your white media companies doing that to you. None of those media companies owned by black people. Go ahead, Torian.
That's like when I talked about what happened with that submersible, when I was talking about how they tried to say it was a diversity drowning because the CEO had said, I wanted to hire a more younger, diverse crew to work on this submersible and not a bunch of old 50-year-old white men. Right. And this guy's 61 himself, and they got mad and said the reason why the submersible imploded is because it was his hiring practices were too woke. And then I looked at the picture, and then I looked at the picture of the crew, and I'm like, what diversity?
Right. And mind you, this statement is coming from a white guy. The owner of that submersible company was a white guy,
who was 61, and he was the oldest person that was in it.
Right.
He was probably the oldest person on. He was probably the oldest person on the crew, and everyone else was younger than he was.
Right. But then they try to put that on us as if we're the ones that said it, or as if we're the ones that crashed the submersible.
Right.
That's an all-white crew, all white passengers, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I think one of them was Arab. The one that had the son was Arab.
Technically still Caucasian, but we can do that. Yeah, so it was all white people and one Arab. Now the Arab wasn't behind any controls or operating it, or didn't have anything to do with building the submersible, so it wouldn't have affected the integrity of it, did it? So what part of diversity are white people? Like what age? And even the age, it still wasn't the age. He still had it in the age range of where it could be considered mostly older white men who were the pilots or who were the people running the submersible.
Yeah,
right?
I didn't see anybody who was on, based on that picture. I didn't see anybody on that crew that looked like they was even in their 30s.
Yeah, so I mean that's just ridiculous. It's just them saying the same nonsense that they say all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if I go and buy some cookies from you, I'm spending maybe like 15 or less % of the money in my wallet with you, and I probably spend 30% of my paycheck at a Walmart, at a Target, at a grocery store or whatever, none of which are owned by black people. But because I'm spending with you, that's quote unquote racist, anti-white, and segregation. Like, make it make sense.
Facts. And I was going to say, I hope he gets hit for negligence, man, because everything that I've seen from his so-called engineering, got to put that in quotation marks or quote mark, whatever you want to put it in. He's an idiot. I mean, this guy had no idea what he was doing. He got these people killed because he didn't know what he was doing.
Well, he should have did what the forefathers of the United States did. He should have got some black people to build it. It would have still lasted just like the United States did.
Well, he must be getting hit. Well, he must be getting hit with neglect somewhere in another plane because he's dead too.
Ooh, hold on, the guy that built it?
Yeah, he was one of the five that was. He was in it.
Oh, I never looked at who was inside of it.
How do you think they were piloting that on a Logitech controller that looked like a GameCube controller?
That's wild.
I should look into the story. I heard about the story. I never really looked into the story. I heard about the people that died and everything, but I didn't know that the guy that engineered the thing or put it together with the cardboard boxes in this back room was on the ship.
Yep, his name was Stockton Rush.
So, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm building a spaceship. So, if you guys want to pay me like $250,000 go in the air,
I'll pay you $300 to not launch it. All right, y'all. I'm gonna run this real quick, y'all. If you guys haven't smashed the like button, make sure you guys smash the like button. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream, make sure that you guys share the stream and subscribe to the channel.
We're gonna keep Black culture.
But black people being racist was a response.
Yeah,
that was the response that was met with racism. That was them standing up for themselves. That was them regaining their lives and their cultures and their identities. That's what they have
But
to
is that
do.
racism, regardless of whether it's in retaliation or not?
Fair point.
I feel like this is an argument of like
No, dude. Preserving a culture is not racism. You know what I'm saying? Like if I see two foreign people talking in their same language, that's not racism. That's cultural preservation. There's nothing wrong with that. Literally, nobody says it. Nobody said this is arguments that these people make up because they don't have any language that they can speak, or they don't have really any kind of cultural preservation. So they say this kind of stuff and make it up. How is preserving a culture oppressing other people?
It's funny that I'm so glad that you said that, because it reminds me of something that happened a few years ago where I think it happened in Minnesota. Minnesota has a huge
Somali.
Yes, a huge Somalian population. And it was a story where it was the Somali woman. She was out at a restaurant with her family. So, naturally they're going to speak in their native tongue, amongst each other, because that's, part of their culture. This random old looking white woman just got so upset because I think her table was near theirs. And she got so upset with the conversation that they were having that this woman actually picked up one of them giant glass beer mugs and smashed it over the face of this woman because she wasn't talking in English.
Yeah, I remember you talked about that, man. Her face was messed up too.
Yeah, because she broke the glass. I mean, it's one of them giant, those giant beer mugs that are made of glass. She smashed it across her face just because she wasn't talking in English. And mind you, she wasn't, again, not minding her business. She probably thought they were plotting on her. Man, they weren't even thinking about you.
Right.
That's crazy. Real quick, guys, shout out to my man We Lit. What's good with it, bro?
Good.
What's good with you, bro?
I'm in the building, man. Just came from the zoo with the young boy.
Okay, that's what's good.
I'm in the building back.
That's what's good. Yo, tell everybody about your about that Two to the Chin podcast.
Oh yeah, y'all definitely got to link in with me on the Two to the Chin podcast. It's gonna be coming out tomorrow for episode 3. Whole lot of fuckery going on. Y'all just pull up on me, man. Everybody pull up on me. I don't care, monetized or not. We're gonna say what we say. Pull up on me, y'all.
I pulled up and I wish I didn't pull up.
Hey, you gotta pull up this time, man. Pull up, man. We got chicken dinners and rib plates for everybody that pulls up.
Hey, I'm there. I'm definitely there.
But go back to that case which the woman hit the other woman with the glass picture. Weren't they in a Somali restaurant?
I think so. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly where they were at because it happened back in 2016. I had to Google it right quick just to make sure what year it was, but it was in 2016 when it happened. And yeah, I'm surprised she didn't mess her face up as much as she did, but the woman did have definitely some significant facial fractures that she that took her like a while to recover from that. Like she had I think she broke her nose, like busted her lip and everything just from that one hit. And then the woman gonna have the nerve to cry on her mugshot. Wow.
Oh, she wanted to protect.
Smack her with a Douce bottle, man.
Right. Did you guys hear about that case that took place? I want to say in Colorado. I can't remember what city, but there was a Asian and a white boy, and they burned a Senegalese family alive.
Yes, I remember that. I forgot where did you say that happened at again?
It was in Colorado.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember that. It was, and they were like they burnt the whole family alive while they were in the home.
Yeah,
I think it was a mother, a father. I think it was a mother, a father, and like 3 children.
Yeah, like a baby, like an infant, and
a baby. Like an infant was like the youngest.
Yeah,
that's real Ku Kluxish.
Yeah, it is. It is facts. And the thing that's crazy about it was that they went from their neighborhood to a Senegalese neighborhood. This neighborhood was like, it was mostly Senegalese people, and there was no hate crime charges that were filed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does that surprise you?
Nope, not at all. That's the system working. You know what I'm saying?
This is America.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly what the system is supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely supposed to do that. Genetic immunity from law, like Professor Black Truth be saying.
You can't use a spoon for a fork.
Facts. All right, y'all. I'm gonna run this. Let me know if y'all want me to stop or not. All right.
what is the definition of racism? It's general disdain or hatred towards one racial group for no reason.
Right.
Or like wanting to date someone. And
Sorry, stop there. So if it's whatever you just said for no reason, right? We as Black people had a reason to be racist. We had a reason to be angry. People literally came and took us from our families and beat us and made us stay here and work. That is not the same.
I absolutely believe that Black people do have a reason to be angry. However, for moving the Black community forward, I feel as if there has to be some level of evolution where the current white people do not necessarily have to pay for the sins of their potential ancestors.
So she's one of the we are the world type of people. Pause it.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Yeah, y'all go ahead, get it.
Hey, I got a piece coming out on slavery, bro, that I wanted to bring out on the podcast tomorrow, so y'all check that out. But it's a guy that researched how many people in Congress and how many people in the Senate and how many people in the positions of power are descendants of slave owners. And you would not believe that even the man that was doing the report, he kept it real. He kept it 1,000. He had 2 people in his family that had slaves, bro. Y'all gotta check that out, man. It's a nice piece by NBC News, man.
Yeah, the rabbit hole goes deep with that one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at you, Mitch McConnell.
All right.
Mitch McConnell.
Mitch is on the list. Mitch is on the list.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Before anybody else say anything, Mitch McConnell, he did a book that's called The Senator, because he haven't accomplished anything in his life. And guess who took a picture with that book? Take a wild guess. He's in the manosphere.
Somebody in the manosphere?
He's in the manosphere. Nope. I hate him.
Your favorite person?
Sneako the Freaka.
Angry woman.
That's why I said you're angry. That's your favorite person.
Yeah, Tory Rain was hitting it right there. Took a picture with that book, man.
That's wild.
But yeah, But as far as the one who made that comment, I say, oh, she's one of those. She's one of those. Let's all work together as one. Let's sit in a circle and hold hands. And we're not going to get here if we don't do this. I'm surprised she didn't say, go on. We just need to forget. That's what she's aiming for.
Yeah.
More NWA, less her.
Right.
Yeah, that's wild. All right, y'all. Did anybody else want to say anything or no? Y'all good? All right, I'm gonna run it.
Let's go.
Those were. But we're talking about generalizations. We're talking about generalizations.
I don't know.
What does accountability look like, though?
Exactly. What does accountability look like? It looks like reparations.
It's funny. Hold on. Pause it.
Yep. Go ahead.
It's funny that Nick gonna sit up there and say, "What does accountability look like?" But they always like to say Black people need to take accountability.
Well now.
If he knew what accountability looked like, he'd have nightmares about it for 3 generations.
Right. If this United States knew what accountability looked like, then the Tulsa race survivors would be getting their reparations right now.
Or it would be another Tulsa race massacre.
They know what it looks like when they refuse to pay up. It is what it is.
They knew what. They found out what accountability looked like on July 7th, 2016 in Dallas, Texas.
Nat Turner and Dessalines did the best accountability.
They also knew what happened when on July, I forgot what day, I think 2016 as well in Louisiana, and also back in February of 2013 out in California. I hope y'all know exactly who I'm talking about when I mention those 3 dates.
Facts.
They found out the world. They found out the world was indeed correct and some balance was happening.
I knew he was going there
because the scale was a little bit tilted to one side, but on those 3 days they were kind of balanced.
Facts.
Facts. This is what I say, man. Like individuals like us, man, we need to start creating our own organizations. I want to give a shout out to RBN member Rome, because he's creating his own, even though I don't agree with everything he says, but he's building his own library over there in Detroit, Michigan, and he's totally separated from the political parties. He says they're both BS, but he's building his own thing because he knows that Black people have been miseducated by our so-called Black leaders. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to him. He's building a library. He shows his receipts. He shows the progress of the library. Then they're going to have the library. He's running the homeless shelter out of there. He's doing the work. You know what I'm saying? Work that we don't see NAACP doing. Work that we don't see Al Sharpton doing. Work that we haven't seen. What's that dude name? The Martin dude. the guy that's been in corporate media for the last 30 years that has nothing to show for it. So now we need to support his broom closet show.
You talking
His
about
punk
that
ass.
dude Martin? You talking about a dude
Yeah.
that's like Heathcliff?
Yeah, that guy, Roland Martin.
Well, when are we going to groom our own candidate? Let's just talk about it. When are we going to groom our own candidate?
But in order to groom your own candidate, you got to build your own organizations. By building your own organizations and getting with organizations that think like you guys can back that person up. And I would say you have to start on a local level. You can't. People think big too much, And I like Marcel Dixon. I like everything he's doing, but I think he's going too big. We have people like Blacklight. You and TD Media Hip Hop. You guys interviewed that guy, Ja'Cory Arthur.
Okay, yeah.
You guys interviewed him, and he's doing great work. He made headlines with his homeless population program that he's doing, where I think like 7 out of every 10 homeless people, they went into the program, they started building their own wealth because of that program. So people like that's doing the work on the local level. We have to get behind these people, man.
Yeah, I agree. Local politics is extremely important, and I think is overlooked. People don't realize that, like, they elect the sheriff. You know what I'm saying? They elect the judges. A lot of these positions where people make pivotal decisions, like the judges, like the Tulsa situation, for instance. You know what I'm saying? It was a judge
Mm-hmm.
who
Mhm.
made that decision.
Ursula from the Little Mermaid.
Yes, and a lot of judges are on the ballot. And on top of that, like I live in Harris County over here in Houston. One of the person that's in my local office, she actually gets to appoint 2 people, and she appointed 2 pastors. And I was like, I was disgusted by that. She appointed 2 pastors. I forgot what positions that she appointed them to, but Sylvester Turner, he blessed them with his approval and all that shit. But local elections are more important. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's wild. So I think we got the gist of this. Do you guys want to finish watching this? I mean, we already know where it's gonna go. We know the rabbit hole is gonna go down.
Now play it, man. Cause I'm gonna shut up for the rest of it.
You wanna keep playing it?
Man, no more Nick.
No, it looks like reparations. It looks like owning what your ancestors did. It looks like not trying to whitewash history.
Okay.
It looks like
erase it. Period.
I mean, or erase it. Right?
History as it was.
So how would you do reparations? Would you tax all the white people and give it to all the black people?
No, I'm against that shit.
No, if we're talking about reparations,
Why is that what you would do? Like
He's so triggering, bro.
And this is something that white people do all the time. Would you just give reparations to the black people? I mean, why would all black people get reparations? You know what black people would get reparations? The same.
And from where?
You. Right.
And from where?
All
It
you
wouldn't come from you, Nick Fuentes. You can't afford it.
Right. And Nick Fuentes probably isn't an Adoso, despite the fact that he's a racist. He's probably not an Adoso.
He's a
Well,
Adoso.
then they need to figure out who his descendants are and what slaves they own, so they can get it from him. Then
now Nick Fuentes' family would
Now you're talking.
They would probably owe Afro Latinos in Mexico some reparations. You know what I'm saying?
But let me ask a question. Anytime they talk about reparations for black people, let me ask you, where did the reparations for the natives come from? Where did the reparations that go to everybody that's non-black, where does it come from?
Right.
Because we pay taxes. So that would stand to reason that we have paid other people's reparations.
We pay the Japanese reparations. But but that's why they have to keep up that lie of that none of us work, because then they can sit there and act as if we don't pay taxes, so we didn't repay any of this stuff.
Right.
Let's talk about us paying back our own reparations. Throw that in there.
This is Nick being able to skate. And I'm just sitting here listening to this whole conversation between him and these girls. It's kind of like how Destiny does, right? These guys are able to get by because they're surrounded by people who don't know what to push back on.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's all strategic.
Yeah, facts, Torian. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree 100%. Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton said reparations will come from the same account Ukraine is getting their money from.
Right. I forgot to mention them.
Agreeable.
Facts. Super
Where's it gonna
facts.
come from? The same place, the same wallet that you.
And they're not complaining about that. Ironically,
Don't forget about the part where they made a mistake, an error of sorts, where they sent an extra 700 and something million. Come on, man.
Yeah, they made lots of mistakes with that Ukraine money.
Yeah, oops.
Man, run that bread, bro.
Same with the COVID money. It's over $1 billion that got fraudulently scammed from the government with the COVID money.
and also don't forget all that $17.3 billion payout that they're giving in opioid settlements.
Facts.
Man, they'll pay the junkies before they pay the black folks, man. Golly. Give me some Narcan, bro. Hit me with the Narcan right now, goddamn.
That's hilarious. All right, y'all, I'm going to run this.
One of the first things I would do would find a way to fund education publicly that does not disadvantage low socioeconomic status households, because unfortunately right now a lot of Black and Hispanic people are living in low socioeconomic status, and when we have education that's funded by the neighborhood, you're putting people at a disadvantage.
We tried it already with the Black Panthers, and what happened with them? They became public enemy number one. FBI is number one because they were pushing the Black family. They were pushing cultural within our culture, our community, education, food programs, medical. Like when Black people become too powerful, we become a threat.
And I understand the sentiment, I really do, but
do you?
I don't necessarily believe in like monetary. Every Black person just gets $10,000.
No,
like that wouldn't help.
$10,000? Are you crazy?
Treat our youth with the power of education.
With $10,000, you could pay somebody to fuck your wife. I'm still tripping off that, man. I didn't know that there was money.
So people what they're doing. So people what they did. Like I said, this was all strategic. So you have Nick Fuentes right there, surrounded by a bunch of women who many of them don't know like really how to articulate, how to rebut what he's saying. Except slightly the one in the blue. She's the only one that's giving the most pushback. You have Myron Fresh just sitting there, just idly, just enjoying all this, and you have this one woman right here who was supposed to be the delicate wallflower that's supposed to run interference for Nick Fuentes to push back against what she's saying.
Right.
Are you telling me they have strategy with all of this right now?
What's that?
This group of yokels has strategy with all of this right now. You're telling me that?
Oh yeah. That was strategically. I can tell they strategically set that up.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Clap it up for the yokels.
I don't so much the girl is Fresh and Fit themselves set this up.
Say it again, bro.
No, I said I wouldn't give the credit to the setup to the girls as much as I would give it to Fresh and Fit and maybe
right.
Because
that's what I'm talking about.
The girl that's sitting there right now running the most interference. Didn't she say she dates a
Jewish guy.
I didn't want to say the word.
Yeah, Derek trying to get the channel banned.
Sorry.
The Jays.
One of those.
So she dating one of those. So of course, she got to represent for her dude. I'm sure her dude knows where she's at. He's watching. He's gonna hear it. So she got to talk all of this. Apologist nonsense that she's talking. And yeah, like I said, I think that the girl in the blue, she's running the most interference, even though her interference isn't that effective because she's not that informed and she doesn't know how to articulate and rebut. Like homie said, this a group of bad news bears going at Nick Fuentes to make him look like a genius. The audience of Fresh and Fit is gonna look at this and be like, "Oh man, he owned them bitches. He owned them." Right?
Just like it was when I don't know if you saw it when Vivek Ramaswamy, aka Ramen Noodles, got pretty much got taken care of to task by Teslin on The Breakfast Club. And they came back and was saying, "Oh, she was being hostile and things like that because he couldn't articulate answering the questions that she had." So, and that's one of the first time. Well, that's not even the first time, but one of the few times where he actually gets checked properly. But because these stands of him like him so much, she ended up becoming the bad person, and he was looked at as the good guy. I said, "That's fine. I mean, you have all that right now, but let's see what happens come August 23rd when you're on that debate stage." Right.
Yeah, I don't know who Vivek Ramaswamy is. I saw him on The Breakfast Club. I saw that interview. Bro, that chick was hilarious. She's all like, "Oh yeah, I went to kindergarten and I was leading the kids for lunch." I'm like, "What?"
That's funny, but yeah, Vivek
Oh,
Ramaswamy though, that dude is a clown. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But another reason why they were saying Tesla was being quote unquote hostile or whatever is because anytime you just don't allow yourself to be run over, anytime you have any amount of self-respect, if you even fight back or hit back or show that you have an ounce of IQ, you're automatically being hostile because that's just not the ideal presentation of how they want those situations to look. They want you to look docile and dumb.
Yeah, it depends on who's on whose side though.
Right.
And they already have pegged a lot of black people as being politically inept or politically uninformed. So when black people actually show that we actually know how politics works, then that's us being the uppity Negro.
Right. Or a bully.
Facts.
Right. Facts. And
I've been called a bully before. Like my thing is like if you
I
think
can
that I'm
believe
a
it.
bully, and I always say like if you think that I'm a bully, then get out of my way when you see me coming. Like you know what I'm saying?
Just actual bully.
But like yeah, like I think that people got to get that confidence and start moving like that because when people start doing that, I'm telling you, people will be more standoffish and less quick to try to test you.
Yeah, exactly. I love it so much. As a matter of fact, Rob, you was in the chat earlier today when me and Kid Gravity was talking about ramen noodles again when he was talking to that woman, Christy Kelly. How about like after that was done, because I had streamed it to my channel as well, and I left the live stream up, there was this troll that came over and literally left like 4 comments within a minute back to back saying, why can't y'all just play it all the way through? Why do you keep stopping? Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. They literally left comment after comment after comment. They could easily left all of that in one comment, but I guess they wanted to get my attention so bad. I said, you got my attention so bad that I just blocked you.
Nah, right.
For all I know, they probably still commenting over there right now and don't even realize that nothing is staying up there.
Right. You guys were reacting to the video, right?
Not this video. It was another video.
Yeah, I'm talking about that. You guys were reacting then, right?
Yeah.
It's a reaction. I don't know why they're asking you to stop
Exactly.
stopping the video. What the hell?
Just trolling, which is cool. It is
probably one of his appointed bots.
Right, from his paid troll farm.
You already know how I handle trolls.
Oh yeah, keep it 100 to go. Me and Keep It 100 handle trolls the same. You know what I'm saying? We'll light their asses up. That's hilarious. All right, y'all, I'm gonna run it.
I feel like that would be a very great first step. A very great first step, but that's not what's happening right now. And I feel like every political season, we all talk about who can use what bathroom. We talk about can a woman have the right to whatever, but we never talk about like public education.
Well, public education is quite on the forefront right now.
Is it? Okay.
Absolutely.
Maybe, okay.
What's the Supreme Court just did and what's happening in Ron DeSantis'
that's not
state of
K
Florida?
through 12 though. I want to get into the K through 12 because that is what is setting the foundation.
But you live in Florida, baby. You don't know what Ron DeSantis is doing down here?
That's at the college level and the graduate level.
No, I mean like the younger generation.
What is it called? Race theory critical.
Yeah. Let me jump in here. Let me throw a little wrench into the conversation. Yeah, everybody's always talking about like education and stuff, and they say, well, the reason that the blacks and Hispanics aren't performing so well is because the schools aren't funded, the schools aren't good.
There's not one reason, I don't think.
I think there is. And the reason is that when you look at IQ tests, blacks score 1 full standard deviation lower than whites.
There goes that IQ
test. Here we go with the bell curve. That's been debunked.
And I can't stand his voice in normal speed and in top speed. My God.
Right.
That's hilarious.
Let me just throw my 2 cents in here and tell you why I believe that the blacks are this. It's because of their IQ is this, and it's he talks like he has a deviated septum.
But people act like IQ
He
tests.
probably does.
People act like IQ tests have nothing to do with education at all. Now, on a basic level, I mean, right? Now, your ability to reason and think, of course, is what I consider intelligent. What I'm talking about is the way they set the tests up, right? Some of these tests, a lot of them, because I've taken some of these tests, it's like some of the stuff that's on them.
Knowledge based?
Right, you would have to have gotten a certain type of education or educated in certain things to score high on those tests. But yeah, that's all I want to say. Some of these tests are not, really what I would call an IQ test.
You guys ever seen Mortal Kombat when Sub-Zero finishes people and he pulls their head off and the spine is dangling?
It's still attached, yeah.
I actually got an argument about the IQ issue that would actually literally do that, not only to the bell curve, but to Nick Fuentes. And I want to save it for any time I ever, if I ever am in a situation to where I have to do that's the DEFCON 5. You know what I'm saying?
Trump card?
But yeah, it's actually an irrefutable argument, like most of the arguments that I try to present. So my thing is that the bell curve has already been debunked. And the thing is that as far as IQ tests go, IQ tests are only based on certain topics that are chosen by people, as well as it's mainly comprehension and memory with some analytical aspects on it. The interesting thing about this whole IQ standard deviation thing is that the majority of the creation of any kind of math did not come from Europe. The Fibonacci sequence is not created by Fibonacci. It's actually created by people in Asia. Math, was created by Pythagoras. The Egyptians utilized mathematical formulas when they created the pyramids. The Moors and the Berbers navigated the entire world with longitude and latitude. Most civilizations did not believe that the world was flat like Europeans did. Most of the world believed in like a 6 to 9 planets system that was revolving around a central object like the sun. Europeans thought that the universe was Earth centric. You know what I'm saying? So there's not a lot that shows any kind of development as far as advanced development coming out of Europe. It actually is the other way around. Most of the rest of the world had a fairly decent and comparable understanding to geography, astrology, astronomy, biology, and mathematics compared to what Europe had. Europe was far subdued compared to the rest of the world. Where's any significant monoliths in Europe that show any kind of ancient skill of architecture or anything like that? Where are they? What are they?
Nowhere to be found.
Something in Europe that predates the Great Pyramids anywhere in the world, any pyramids in the world, because no pyramids come from European countries.
Let them tell it they were placed here by the aliens.
Right, but these are the same people that say that outer space is sterile.
I remember you talking about that on your stream last night.
Right. White European scientists say that no life exists in outer space, which means that outer space is sterile. But when it comes to dealing with pyramids in Africa, in sterile outer space, all of a sudden organisms that built pyramids exist. I see that we're not the only ones with pyramid babble. They definitely got it too. You know what I'm saying? So it's just interesting how that works. And then there's other forms of language, recognition. You know what I'm saying? There's other forms of symbol recognition. There's different forms of learning. Again, the IQ test only accommodate particular kinds of learning styles. So, there's biases built into it.
Yeah. People act like IQ tests are like the end all be all to intelligence,
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's also sample size and sample integrity issues, which is why nothing from the bell curve or any of that kind of stuff is listed as legitimate science. But these people will keep repeating something and keep repeating something and keep repeating something and hope that it exists. I mean, as far as white people repeating IQ talking points, Ron DeSantis still repeats that Abraham Lincoln said that we need to have all men are created equal society, and that everyone should share in the equity of the United States. And that's not what Abraham Lincoln said. Abraham
Yeah, these
Lincoln
are-
was. Go ahead, Dorian.
Same people that said that the Emancipation Proclamation freed the slaves. After all, isn't that what what's his name? Charlie Kirk said we should have instead of Juneteenth? Make September 22nd, and these are his words: the Emancipation Proclamation Day.
Proclamation.
Right. So like it's just the IQ talking points are nothing. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean anything. It's literally the same thing that they'll do with any kind of situation.
I bet if you put an IQ test right there in front of Nick, he wouldn't even know what he's looking at.
No, Nick couldn't complete a game of Sudoku, and it would take him over an hour to do a crossword puzzle. You know what I'm saying?
You're getting the same education.
What is your,
like,
what's
we're
your
not even
reasoning
getting the
for that?
same.
IQ doesn't have anything to do with education. IQ is innate.
Do you think that it is like, are you talking about like a nature versus nurture argument here?
Yeah, I'm saying it's genetic.
So you believe that black people are inherently dumber?
I'm saying
Right.
on average.
So
blacks
the fact
have a
that we
full
are
standard
oppressed and
deviation
being
lower
put in,
IQ.
So you think it has nothing to do with the way that we
and being
don't have the
redlined
kind of
and being
education
put
or
in
maybe our
stressful
homes might be
situations.
a little
That has
different.
a- But you don't think that us being
That's
put
a
in,
wild argument.
put in
It happens to be true,
what they
though.
call ghetto. And do you understand? Do you understand what it is to live a black life? No, you don't, right?
white.
Okay, right. So exactly. So no. But listen. I didn't say that has nothing to do with you liking me or disliking me, love. But when I'm put into when I'm redlined, when I can't go into certain communities.
See, Nick's not used to drinking. You see that? Watch.
Yeah,
Look at
put the
watch-
cup down
look
for a
at- look at-
second.
Look at his face. Watch this.
When I'm put into
I didn't even
He
pick that up
started
because I wasn't paying
chewing.
attention.
He started chewing.
Yeah, he's not used to it. You know what I'm saying? He's not used to it at all. It's that thin skin that he keeps bragging about.
when I'm redlined, when I can't go into certain communities, when my community doesn't have what your community has, and I have to go to your community to get what I need. I don't even have what I need in my community. What do you think? What do you think that is? Like, what are the response? These are our responses to the conditions. Do you understand?
Your
that?
answer is creative.
Can I answer that?
Ladies,
No,
let
please
him
answer
respond.
this
This is
question.
probably the most black people that Nick's been around
then we can go ahead and
ever.
You said this
I was wondering about that. Like, is this diversity?
This is
I've
probably
never
like
seen
the
this
most black people
diversity.
he's been around ever, at least from what I've seen.
Arguably, it's probably the most black people that Fresh and Myron been around too.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They told the white girls to sit this one out. They back there eating popcorn behind Chris.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
let you guys chip in, and then we'll probably have to go Rumble sooner than I thought.
Yeah.
But this is amazing. Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
So here's the thing. What you're talking about when you say that, blacks don't have access to resources, that's of course because these neighborhoods are impoverished. They already don't have wealth. They already have these problems. I would throw something else into the mix and say, let's look at something like a food desert. That's a big complaint, is that they're not able to access fresh food in these neighborhoods. Well, Walmart just left Chicago. I'm from the suburbs of Chicago. Walmart just pulled out. Why did Walmart pull out? Is it because of redlining and white racism? Or did Walmart pull out because people kept stealing? They pulled out because people kept stealing.
He brought to Chicago. See, he keeps throwing in all the white supremacist talking points he threw in Chicago.
Right, which is I'll say that for later. But yeah, you're right though.
Farm tactics.
The first question I would ask him right in that moment is, okay, what about all the food deserts that are not Chicago?
Right. What's the name of that county, Torian?
Owsley County, Kentucky.
Yeah. What about
I love to talk about Owsley County whenever
Facts.
I get a chance. I bet Nick don't know about Owsley, but you know what? Maybe he should go there and take a trip there. Maybe and see how much he can blend in out there.
He probably blend in real well.
It's a non sequitur because
Y'all still
talking about food deserts and talking about food deserts and trying to equate that to why you inherently believe that Black and Hispanic people are genetically and inherently less intelligent. It's a non sequitur to talk about why Walmart is no longer in Chicago.
Here's the correlation
on that too. Go ahead.
Okay, well, here's the point: is that whenever there's a conversation about because fundamentally the conversation's about the disparity between blacks and whites, which is persistent in wealth, unemployment, income, all these things, and really there's two explanations, and one is circumstance, historical disadvantage, these kinds of things, which you might call nurture, so-called. I mean, for lack of a better word. The other argument is that blacks and whites are different, and they're genetically different, and these behaviors that
let's talk about genetically different. Let's talk about that.
I'm gonna
Let's talk
say,
about-
I'm gonna guess.
Well, if we look at genetics, white people have less genetic integrity than black people. Everything when it comes to white people that white people worship and think are the best things are actually proven genetic mutations. which means that if you have a genetic mutation, you don't have the same integrity as normalized DNA, right? It's one of the reasons why white people had to get black slave catchers, because they couldn't go past the Sahara Desert because they would get sick. They couldn't tolerate malaria. You know what I'm saying? Their cells didn't evolve to the sickle cell state with the fibrous outside to be able to stop the protozoas from going in and infecting them. When they come to the United States, they carried a bunch of diseases and got the people here sick, and they was getting sick themselves. Most of the time when they would deal with a lot of these indigenous populations, some of the first things that they would do would be to have the indigenous populations make them healthy food and get them medicine, clean them up, because the hygiene was bad, which if you have bad hygiene and already an inferior immune system, that contributes to infection and early death. If you go back to Europe, you know, one of the rumors about the people from Great Britain and stuff like that is that they had wooden teeth, like these people's teeth were falling out. You know what I'm saying? So like the thing is that you have to ask yourself, it's interesting, right? Because one thing that they always talk about is quote unquote athletic black people and how athletic black people are. There's a lab test that's called a GFR, glomerular filtration rate, because black people have such efficient kidneys in comparison to every other race on the planet. Now, it's interesting, right? If every organ for the most part that black people have, and then there's the whole Henrietta Lacks issue with the Hemla cells. If all of these organs, all of these organic issues that black people have are the prototype and are clearly improving, so much more stronger and durable than those of other people, it's hard for me to believe. Damn, who is that? Like, right into the phone. Right. Like, goddamn, you know what I'm saying? Like, right in the motherfucking phone. You know what I'm saying? Like,
damn, I thought I was on mute.
That was you, Jay. That's hilarious. But like, yeah,
bro, my shit said I was on mute.
man, that's funny as hell. This nigga thought he was about to do the loudest burp ever and nobody was gonna hear it. Nope. You know what I'm saying? But like the thing that's interesting about that shit is that when it comes to all of the organs and the immune system and basically everything that's a biological part of a human body, it always has more integrity when it comes to with black people. And this is a proven fact. We don't get osteoarthritis, you know what I'm saying, in as high of amounts as white people. We don't get cancer, melanoma, stuff like that in the same amounts as white people. So now that would make you wonder. So out of all of the muscles, the bone integrity, immune system, but then when it comes to your central nervous system and your brain, that's the only thing that they're more inherently allegedly better than.
Yeah,
that's not consistent.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It doesn't
Talk
make
about
any sense.
One thing that they have that we know we don't have is lice.
Right.
When I saw that, when I was young, I was like, what in the world is lice? And I'm like, why do they keep taking all these kids out of the school for lice and whatnot? And, the black kids wasn't affected. Grow up and get older and you find out, okay, now I know why. And then one day I just got a little curious. I said, what does lice look like? So I went to Google, and when I saw it, I quickly clicked off of it because I thought I was about to have a damn near heart attack. That shit scared the shit out of me to see what that looked like. And for those of y'all who don't know what it looks like, they look like little bugs.
Yeah, I was gonna say they look like little
like ants or something, like little insects.
It's funny,
like ticks.
Your childhood recollection of lice is exactly the same as mine. I was like, what is that? I don't know what that did.
And that's the thing, because we weren't supposed to know, because it didn't affect us. So
right.
So I never thought, back then, we didn't have Google or anything like that. So I couldn't go look up what it was. There was no pictures that I could see. So when I finally saw what it was, that shit freaked me out. I said, that stuff is growing out of their head? That is disgusting. I was like, that is trifling.
Well, there's that. There's the lice issue, which is interesting, right? Because there's other organisms that get surface parasites as well. And then there's the issue of the Rh negative antigen that only occurs in Europe. And people should look up the Rh negative antigen.
And one other thing they like to do is find a way to put mayo on every damn thing. That's probably why Nick thought that liquor was disgusting, because he didn't have a dollop of mayo inside of it.
Ugh. God. But yeah, that's funny though, man. That Rh negative antigen is if that antigen is exposed to any other blood or any other organ product, all like the host immune system will destroy it.
Wait, Rob, I got a question for you. Were you a science major?
Say what?
Were you a science major?
No, I'm just really into science. Like I'm just really
okay. So you just do a lot of research.
A lot of research, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got like 1 million tabs open of stuff like that. Peer.
But I do have a minor in physics though.
So basically, you're like Victor Von Doom.
Yeah, right.
Without the funding.
Right. I'm a villain for real. You can't be just like in the comic books. Most villains are never dumb. Like the only villains that were dumb that I've ever seen is like Rocksteady and Bebop. Who's a dumb villain? Like you can be the Incredible Hulk, like a complete moron.
Rocket.
You said what? Who?
Team Rocket from Pokemon.
Team Rocket.
Let's not forget.
But like most is interesting. Like most villains are scientists, and most villains for real are like eugenicists, which is interesting. I'm not a eugenicist, but like you know what I'm saying. Like High Evolutionary was a eugenicist. Mr. Sinister was a eugenicist. Dr. Mindbender, you know what I'm saying. He used genetics to create Serpentor, which they used to have a little white supremacist, you know what I'm saying, salute to Serpentor from G.I. Joe that people probably don't remember.
Yeah, Magneto was a super homo sapien. No, it was like a homo. What are they called?
Homo superior.
Homo superior. Yeah. He was racist towards humans. You know.
Oh yeah, shout out to DJ Elmo. He wants me to remind people about the vegetal tails.
I see.
Yeah,
I've seen those before, and that's another weird thing. Like, could you imagine you giving birth and your child got a tail on his back?
Tails tend to go hand in hand with parasites. Since Nick Fuentes wants to talk about quote unquote differences. You know what I'm saying? Like the thing is that then when we go and then like, you know, as far as what I'm talking about is not pseudoscience. And then we can talk about the percentages of hominid DNA that's not found in sub-Saharan African DNA, which again, I get no bonus out of this because I'm not a sub-Saharan African. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm really FBA, which means I'm straight up Okada. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I'm getting any bonus propaganda points or, you know what I'm saying, anything. This is just real shit. You know what I'm saying? Like look up the DNA, the quote unquote will be politically correct. Look up the DNA change that caused green or blue eyes. You can look this information up. You know what I'm saying? Or the quote unquote DNA change that caused translucent skin. They have all of these insane theories talking about people went here and went there and sunlight caused things. Sunlight didn't cause anything. Like Nick Fuentes says, we're different. And me personally, and I've said this before, I don't believe in the out of Africa theory. I believe Africans came out of Africa, and I believe everybody else came out the out of the Caucasus Mountains. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that's neither here nor there. What you see going on is that people are using that quote unquote out of Africa is the original all lives mattering of everything, but like people I think are now starting to catch on to that. You know what I'm saying? Now everybody's laying the claim. Oh, well, you know, we all came from Africa. We all came from Africa. No, we didn't. We all didn't come from Africa. You know what I'm saying? Homo sapiens came from Africa.
Did they even have any proof of that, or were they just saying that just to say it?
I don't think there's any archaeological evidence of that. I think just the only archaeological evidence that they have is quote unquote the oldest human remains can be found there. But just because the oldest human remains were found somewhere doesn't mean that was the origin of where everybody came from. You know what I'm saying?
The oldest human remains so far.
Yeah. But that would be more Izzy's expertise than mine. I gotta get Izzy around to break that shit down. I don't want to misquote anything on that because you know how these people are. If you misquote one thing, then they start labeling you and saying that your channel is a misinformation channel and this, that, and the other. And you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So now Frank says, bro, on Rumble. Frank says, bro, Homo sapiens is the scientific name for all modern humans. Homo sapiens is the name for Homo sapiens, but they've turned it into a blanket name for Homo sapiens that are hybrids with other hominids. What you need to do is look up the speech from the geneticist where he talked about DNA, and he talked about the percentages of Neanderthal DNA found in non-sub-Saharan African people. And when I say non-sub-Saharan African people, I'm talking about Asian people, white people, Latino people, basically anybody with translucent skin and straight hair. You know what I'm saying? Insects is a name that you can call a bunch of different kind of insects, but there's different kind of insects. There's bees, there's wasps, there's bugs. Then there's arthropods, right? Arachnids, which aren't insects, but they're all part of the invertebrate family. Like just because they've classified something as quote unquote Homo sapien, that's not saying anything about the genetic contents. Is saying things
it's just
about,
general.
Yeah, if you look at the percentages of the genetic contents, they're different. I had to find that video and let you know. But I think if you look up any genetics video, like University of California, Berkeley, Stanford University, Oxford University, or even a Human Genome Project, all of that stuff will say it. All of these things can be looked up. They all the DNA codon, they have specific codes, specific orders that they have to be in, and you can tell exactly where those DNA elements came from. You know what I'm saying? DJ Elmo says Neanderthal DNA is non-homo sapiens to be 10 to 15%. Yeah, there's people that have hominid DNA, and those people don't come from Africa. You know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there.
They exhibit are the result of genetics. And so if black people have an average IQ of 85 in America compared to whites of 100, it doesn't mean that there are no black people with an IQ over 100, obviously. But it does mean that on average, there are fewer of them. And if that's the case, this has real world implications. There's going to be a reason why the black schools perform worse than the white schools. And it's got nothing to do with the school, the funding, the public policy.
Pause it right quick.
It's got everything to do with their innate.
I got you. Hold on,
their
real
innate
quick.
faculties.
Hold on, wait.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
One thing we don't have to worry about, and yes, I'm about to go there when I say this. One thing a lot of the black schools don't have to worry about is it being shot up by people who go to the white schools. There, I said it. And that's where the so-called high IQ dwell at. My thing is, if you got such a high IQ, why are you shooting at the school? I just talked about an update involving Ethan Crumbly, who shot up the school that he went to. I think it was in Michigan. I remember they tried to say it happened in Detroit, but it was like, no, it happened in this other part of Michigan that was like 30 minutes away from Detroit. I said, I see what the media was trying to do there, but people got on that quick and shut that all the way down. But yeah, that's pretty much all I'd say.
So check this out. I want to show this real quick. This is from this website called humanorigins.edu. Hold on real quick. Let me see. So now if you look right here, it says Neanderthals and modern humans shared habitats in Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. We can study Neanderthal and modern human DNA to see if they interbred, which they did. Did Neanderthals and modern humans interbreed? If so, to what degree? So now how would Africans have any Neanderthal DNA if Neanderthals and modern humans shared habitats in Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, and Africa is not listed? And this isn't the only site or research that you can look up. There's multiple accounts of this. You know what I'm saying? Multiple different accounts of that. And again, that's not saying anybody is better or worse or anything. It's just You know, like I said, Nick Fuentes wants to talk about quote unquote differences. Okay, let's talk about the differences then. He wants to talk about genetics. Let's talk about genetics. But see, then when you start saying that kind of stuff, then it becomes you're being racist, you're being anti-white. But it's not anti-anything. It's just factual information that you're black and you're dumb. That's a fact. But when we talk about actual genetics, it's anti-white.
Yeah.
So make that make sense.
Because I need to hear. I want to go in on this. As a black woman who is in education, this is something that is very important.
Wait a minute, pause it right
And,
quick, Rob.
I mean, we can talk all day long about the.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm trying to figure out where's that sound coming from? Do you hear that? It sounds like someone screaming in the background.
Somebody saying "free me" in the background.
My bad. Are you guys ready? You guys want me to run it again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out that noise.
Yeah, like, I don't know what that sound was, but it sounded crazy. It was going on for like the last 5 minutes.
That's hilarious.
Nature versus nurture debate. I do believe a lot of the struggles that the black community is facing right now has to deal with nature. Nurture over nature. If we had the same resources like the K through 12 education and the strong family unit, I don't see why there is any genetic, like we have coded the human genome. I feel like if there was any genetic implication as to why blacks and Hispanics are performing less, maybe the scientists who coded the human genome would have come out with that information already, but I don't think that they have.
Well, the brain accounts for 50% of the human genome. And when you look at, black people and white people, they have all kinds of different characteristics, different skin color, different gestation period, all kinds of different
Gestation
things.
period, by how many days?
I don't know the exact number of days, but if you look at it, it tracks. Asians have, I think it's the highest, and then it's whites, Hispanics, and then blacks.
But everything, how is that following the argument that we're
here's the
having
argument.
here? Okay.
So if we agree that there are already differences that we can see, if there's physical differences, then it would follow if the brain is 50% of the human genome, it would be ridiculous to suggest that whites and blacks and Hispanics and Asians all have the same brains.
Intelligence isn't necessarily phenotypic, though.
100% is. What is intelligence? There's a stronger correlation that intelligence is genetic than so many other things. It's a heritable trait. That's not even disputed.
So let's stop there. Because if we're talking about how education is more, no, because if we're talking about how education is more genetic, meaning passed down some kind of way, that's in with African Americans being lower than whites, it's only because we were not given education for so long.
That's not true, though.
Right.
That is very true.
It's not because when y'all
And which is interesting that she said that, because that actually does make sense, because there's a phenomenon called atrophy, and if your brain isn't being used, or if a muscle or any kind of organ that you have isn't being used, it loses its function, or either the function decreases and it atrophies. So now for Nick Fuentes to come out and say, well, no, that's not true. It is true. And you're not a medical doctor, and you're not a scientist, and you haven't quoted any sources of anything.
He's using his degree from the I'm White and I Say So University.
Yeah, his GED from PragerU.
Yeah, I look at it like a bike. If you don't use your bike for a long time, the chain starts getting rusty.
Yeah,
so you're gonna have to oil it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Pause.
got us from Africa, and you got the greats, you got the scientists, you got the alchemists, you got all the greats. What y'all thought was great, what y'all thought were what, and when I say y'all, I mean your ancestors. You feel me? So what y'all thought was great, y'all scooped us up, y'all got the greats, right? And then y'all shipped up exactly, right? And so it's genetic. Everything you got is from us. White come from black. Right. If you don't know, I'm just saying y'all just like something that God created because he has a sense of humor. So
but that's the most hateful statement that's been said.
And it's okay. It's okay if you feel that way. But when you know yourself, when you know your history, we can have this conversation all day. And like I said, I agree with you. I think interracial was the worst thing that we could have ever done.
That's insane.
It messed us up.
I said it all the time.
It messed us up.
The world went to shit when segregation did it.
It's okay.
We are all children of God, and I disagree with that.
You agree with her?
I agree with her.
Okay, and then you disagree.
We are all children of God. That is insane. That's an insane thing to say, that we should all be separated. Like, what was segregation?
Wow. What was
like what come on, something that was brought to us. You get what I'm saying?
But look how strong our community was when
our innate nature isn't our innate nature is war. Our innate nature. I'm sorry.
Let her finish her point. You made your statement that you think interracial was the worst thing. She agreed. Let her make her point why she.
Well, we know why she did that.
I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, but I want her to. Yeah, she has her guy. But why? So you said we're all children of God, and finish your thing. Then
I didn't finish mine, so I want to go next.
I mean, even in the Bible, it calls us to look at one another as brother and sisters. I don't think that the Lord would have wanted for there to be such division amongst races, or to be like ridiculing, or to think higher of one race or lower of one race in metrics of intelligence, or I know you didn't say this, but worth, or like deserving of kindness and love and so on and so forth. I just can't agree with that.
I don't think that because people wanted, I mean, mind you, white people were just like me in racist rights. That is a given fact. No, however, just because I believe that people should stay within their own cultures, that's not necessarily a negative thing. Look how strong the African American community was when we were separate. Look how far the Black dollar was when we were separate. Now what we're doing is we're fighting against people like you and like Nick here, my buddy, because we want to sit at the table. But
no,
we didn't have to do that.
I would never be in competition with a Black person. However, I have to tell you that whenever a Black student comes to me and they want me specifically to mentor them in a education sense, like I will take them under my wing, and I do that for Black and Hispanic people more than I do that for white people, because.
And you're showing a favor. Why?
Because I want to see our community strengthen, but I would never impose my viewpoints on dating saying, oh, hey, I'm going to help you with this MCAT equation. But also when you're like successful, make sure you only date within your race. I would never do that. I wouldn't do that. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Those other girls here have been kind of silent. Okay. How many of you agree with race mixing? I know she does. One. Well, yeah, obviously do. I was going to ask you guys. Do you guys have white parents?
Yeah, I was like, my mom is white, so there's no way I couldn't.
Mom is white, dad is black.
Yeah,
wouldn't be here without.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. But I was like, no, maybe
that's fine. So you guys agree with race mixing? You do too? You mix as well?
Yes, I am Haitian, but I'm also Dominican and Venezuelan.
Okay. You can make the argument that the Dominicans are African Americans, so Afro Americans or black. Excuse me. What about you? What do you think?
I'm American, but I think.
Do you believe in race mixing, like a white dude getting a black chick or a white person? You agree with it? Okay, so you two think, hey, keep.
She high as hell.
That's the first time I heard her talk the whole time.
Yeah, and she's lit. She had some loud before she came there.
I just wanted to point out, right? You know,
go ahead, bro.
You notice how Nick called when old girl in the blue. No, not old girl in the blue. The other woman, the one with the glasses on. She was talking about white people getting everything that they got from us. You realize how that became hate speech, right? To Nick, because he's like, that's the most hateful thing you can say. When before that he was talking about the low IQs of the entire black race, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So our facts is hate speech, and your facts is facts, right? Even though, even whether you want to even accept them as facts or not, because if he's talking about Black Americans, I mean, is he talking about the global population of Black people?
I'm assuming. I don't know for a fact, but I'm assuming that's what he's talking about.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Yeah, right.
That he would have to present me where that came from, but then I would question the root or the source of the information.
Right.
And I would take it a step further, instead of her saying that everything that you got from us, more like everything you stole.
Right.
Because let's be technical, it wasn't given away. It wasn't like mutual bargaining. It was stolen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Moors at one point were trying to help the Europeans, right? But I do understand your point.
And we see how far that has, come, if it has it or not, because some people still don't believe in using soap to wash their ass.
That's how they're trying to make America great again. They're trying to go back to the roots. They want to go back to the roots of racism. They want to go back to the roots of abolishing soap. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, when the pandemic first kicked off, they bought all that toilet tissue. Ain't seen nothing about buying all that soap.
Right. Right.
Yeah, just get up with it, bro. What's wrong with you guys? Anyway, so listen. Do you guys think her boyfriend's gonna break up with her?
I don't know.
Would you guys if you were in this position?
Whose boyfriend?
You talking about the one with who's
one of those? One of those.
Oh, talking about the little neutral girl.
Yeah, the girl that's sitting next to
none of them had no boyfriend, if you ask me. But you know what I'm saying. If you're a woman and you go on Fresh and Fit, I don't know really. If
Oh,
he,
yeah, that's
I don't know if
true.
anybody should rock with you all like that.
Yeah, but he's one of those. Her boyfriend is one of those, and she's like trying to stand up for Nick when he's a fan, like pro mustache guy, Mr. Mustache.
Man, there's a lot of people that do that, and I think that people don't really realize that they're doing it, but people do that more than people want to admit. Like people, I don't even know what to say, but there's a lot of times that you'll see that, like somebody really trying to back up what a racist person is saying, and it's like, okay, it's like Kid Gravity when Kid Gravity always plays that clip. You know they're talking about you too, right? Like it's like they don't get that or something. But it is what it is.
I mean, it's just not. I mean,
okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to kind of get an idea. So all the
I'm
girls
not saying that it's a negative thing, though. I'm definitely not saying that's a negative thing. I just have my preference, and I believe in letting people have their preference and exercise in that.
I agree with that. 100%. I agree with that.
Okay, so it looks to me like all of you are for race mixing. Then you just only 2 of you don't practice it.
Right. Do what you want to do. That's your business.
Do you date white guys? Guys outside of the black race?
No, you don't.
I mean,
yeah,
you know, I can't say yes because that's a type thing. I feel.
What about you? Do you date outside of your race?
No. I dated white guys, though. I will say that.
Yeah, I have too, but it's just a type thing.
Of course, definitely for money.
Do you date outside of your race? I mean, black people?
I have in the past, but I don't anymore.
Your preference is black? Okay.
Yeah.
So, what about you? Do you date outside of your race? You do. Okay. So, realistically speaking, all of you are for race mixing, but only 2 of you date outside of your race, it seems to me. Okay. All right. Just, you got the numbers here.
Black women are pro interracial until it's a black man with a non-black woman.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
So what do y'all think about this Adam 22 situation?
I thought you already talked about that.
Nah, we didn't get to that yet. We hit the fresh and fit topic first, and I don't know if we'd be able to. I don't know if we'd be able to get to the just pearly things topic. But yo, did y'all see that he actually had that dude Jason Love call into his show?
Yeah.
Did y'all know that?
I seen it. I watched it.
I saw the picture. That was enough.
Man, that shit was crazy. Like I don't man, listen, man. Let me know.
Hollywood, Rob, is not for us to understand.
Facts, bro. Speaking of Hollywood, man, what's up with Adam 22 last name being Graham Mason? What's up with that? You know what I'm saying?
I didn't
know that.
Yeah.
I know Jason Love. Jason Love is a cool guy.
Plug thinks the same thing.
With Spartacus on his chick.
Yeah, I bet you Lana the Plug ain't got no complaints about Jason Love. You know what I'm saying? But what I think is interesting though is that Adam 22 has been fucking over black men, you know what I'm saying, for his entire career. And so I just find it interesting. It's only interesting that his wife should join him in doing the same thing that he's been doing. He'd been doing it figuratively, and then she decided to start doing it literally. Like he out here pimping her out on that card. You said what?
You can't even say pimping, man. That's boyfriend pimping. That's not even real pimping. That's not solid P word.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. She pimping him.
He's fucking over black men. She's fucking under black men.
Yeah, right. Facts. Right. But like my thing is too, like they set this is like what the Kardashian family did to Kim Kardashian, and then I think honestly they about to get paid off of this. It's so many people making reaction content and bringing attention to it, and like everybody acting like they ain't paying attention to it, but everybody secretly watched it. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. All right, Grind. I'll holler at you later, bro. Good to have you as always. You already know what it is. But like, man, it's just wild, man. Like this whole situation to me is kind of dumb. How many of y'all would actually do this?
In the same scenario, exactly how it is.
Exactly how it is. Yeah, exact same scenario.
You've got to be a cuck and fool.
I would never do no shit like that. To me, it's just dumb. It's just like it's just no purpose in it. Like,
especially like right after a month after you got married, that's crazy.
Yeah, that shit is wild. And she got like,
and you got a daughter. That's crazy.
That's crazy, right?
Shit is wild, man. I and him, he paid for this shit. Like, what?
He paid him 10K, bro. 10 bands.
Adam 22 is the only one giving out partial reparations right now.
Man, them ain't no reparations, man. He paid for his wife a gigolo.
He gave his wife and he gave his money, man. That. All he has to do is be given his land, and it's over with.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. Let's check this out real quick. See what Adam 22 silly ass talking about. Hold on, let me put this nonsense on here real quick. Okay, so you know what? Before we get started, let me just ask y'all this: is there anybody that thinks that there was any W's or L's in this situation? If you ask me, this whole entire situation is a giant L for the entire Adam 22 establishment, including Lana the Plug. But if anybody got a slight L or a slight W, the slight W was for Lana. But like, I don't know, man. Like, what do y'all think? What's y'all thoughts on it?
No Jumper has been going down as a brand lately because all of the infighting, their views have been low. I think now that he's Cuck 22 instead of Adam 22, I don't think it's doing any good things for his brand. Especially since he's part of the hip hop community.
He's just doing what he's been doing, building his brand off someone's back. First it was black folks, now it's his wife. I mean, it is what it is.
It's hard for me to say, man. I mean, on his face, it looks like an L to me. On his face, I mean, from what I understand, what doesn't he do adult content?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does.
Yeah. He does.
Yeah, he does it with her.
With her?
Yeah.
What about other girls?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, they.
Yeah, he's been doing it for years.
Threesomes.
Yeah,
they all do threesomes together.
No, but I mean, does he do content that people can watch, and does he do it with other women?
Yeah, I think.
Yes,
he does.
They have a show where him and his girl, they interview a girl, and then they get to work afterwards.
Get to work. That's crazy.
Oh, so then he does that with his woman, and
yeah.
Because I mean, I know.
I think it's safe to say they have an open marriage. That's what it sounds like to me.
No.
Nah, he says he don't have an open marriage, man. He's cut, bro.
That's
he's gonna say it right here. For the past 7 years.
That's not the definition of an open marriage. I'll get into that in a second, right? I never knew that he did stuff like that. I was only aware of his podcast. Like I don't know this guy past his podcast, and I know he's like a Vlad alike. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's just so I'm again, like, as far as it being an L, if that's what they do, then it's not an L, but it's an L. I mean, the way he's been talking about it, he's talking about it like he can't handle it. It seems very embarrassing. The way he's talking about it, unless he's playing this role, but sounds like he ain't good with it.
They did a podcast, like I think it was like 11 months ago, where she brought up the topic. She was like, "What would you do if I did?" She was like, she talked to him about it. She's like, "Oh, I was talking to you about me doing this scene with another man." He's all like, "No, I would never do that." Insecure about
he said
it.
she had money and everything.
He was about to cry, bro. And then 11 months later, right after they got married, he said, "Okay, it's crazy."
Well, I mean, I'll put it this way. I won't be shedding a tear for Adam 22, especially when
definitely not.
Shout out to Dame Dash. I see him as a culture vulture. But as far as open marriage, no, what they would be are swingers. All right, open marriage is when you date a whole other person, and she dates a whole other person, and y'all are together. That's marriage. This seems like a swinger thing. Like they're swinging. Like they would do stuff together with either another woman or whatever. Once it's the whole other outside, you got a man outside of the situation. That's an open marriage.
Yeah, but this one was she was doing a scene alone with another guy. Jason.
No,
Jason.
He said he recorded it though. He said Adam was there recording it. He might have been trolling, but
he's trolling. I think.
Well, if they were swinging before, unless she has a whole relationship with Jason Love, I wouldn't call what they have an open marriage.
You know
Well,
what
it's
I'm
a
saying?
secret open marriage then, because I'm sure she's doubling back.
I can only speak on what I know.
Same here.
I can only speak on what they've shown us now. If she got like your boy Lucario, right? I don't know who's familiar with that name, but
I know him.
That's an open marriage guy. He got open marriage. You know, he ain't no swinger. His situation is open. It's wide open. It's as open as barn doors. Okay,
which is weird to me, bro. That's hella weird.
Yeah,
that's
so
shit wild.
So, you know, I mean, in Lucario's case, I mean, we laugh at him, but I mean, I guess it wouldn't be an L for him because that's the understanding. This dude looks like he's traumatized.
Yeah.
Like it was mine. And some
But
big dude
that's
fucked the walls up. You know what I'm saying?
That's weird because, bro, how are you gonna be a red pill dating coach and your wife is getting donkey? You know what I'm saying? Donkey slap.
You know, and actually, I said this myself. I said the only thing he can do right now is make excuses because the deed is already done. So the only thing he can do right now is make excuses and try to make himself look better for the situation.
Yeah. Now, as far as Lucario is concerned, yeah, one thing definitely contradicts the other. Like, okay, if you're just a regular guy and you're in an open marriage and you got that understanding, one thing, but you can't be talking like you some, you know, internet Uber pimp telling everybody else how to run their situation like yours. Nah, brother, that's not how that works.
I feel like it doesn't matter who you are, man. If you're a certain type of man, come on, man. Where's the integrity, bro?
No, I hear you.
Your wife, your firstborn, like my guy, you'll do anything, dog, for the team.
I hear you, but I don't like to think like me for other people. You know what I'm saying? Like you got people like they're into like some really different shit, bro.
I feel like they may be, dog, but let's be real. At some point, it has to cross their mind. Like even if it's a few seconds, you got to feel exactly how I feel. Like it's impossible for it not to run across your mind.
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of weirdos out there. Not a bunch, but there's some weirdos out there. But I don't think Adam's one of them. Adam's super like insecure. He's normal. He's just trying to be weird for his wife, bro. It's just crazy.
Adam is a square. Understand, right? I've been around a lot of stuff that we're talking about right now. Okay, Rob will tell you. I've been around a lot of this stuff, bro. And you got guys. Again, like what you're saying right now, bro. You're speaking from the normal guy perspective. Like the normal guy does not want another man's hands on his woman. You got some of these right. Some of these dudes, it's like my man said, like people out here are weird, bro. Like they look at it like
You don't think they overcame it though? They still had that thought in their mind, like, bruh, come on. And then they overcame that shit and just started running with it. Like it's weird shit.
It's like those who think that all lesbians somehow in the back of their mind still like dick, bro. Like, no, that's not how this works, fam. You got dudes out there who are really into sharing their women and actually want to watch the dude smash. I'm telling you, it's a different world than where we come from.
Right. Hey, before we get to the video, though,
I understand. I'm just saying that most guys, even those guys, think about it for a split second. That's all I'm saying. It's a lot of weird niggas out here, man. Definitely a lot of weird niggas.
Kind of reminds you of that movie that came out in the 90s called Indecent Proposal.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Hey,
most normal guys are like that, but you know, a lot of these guys ain't normal, man.
I don't even think it's something like that, bro. I think it's nature, bro. I think it's natural for you to feel that way. It's just these guys who are like degenerates, who are like, you know.
Yeah, they are degenerates. They're degenerates. I'm mispronouncing that word. Anyway, before we get into this, I want to say this, that actually this guy Adam actually said that he was with emo crowd, and before he even hooked up with before he married his wife or got with his wife, him and his partner had double penetrated her. So yeah,
you ran a train on her when you met her.
Wait, what?
Yeah, with his friend.
Yeah, y'all are going into some wild ass shit.
He said it in like I think he had a podcast where he did it with his wife, the one you were talking about, where Jason Love called it. He talked about it earlier.
Yeah, so that's what.
Oh, he's a part of the crew of what you were saying. He's definitely in there.
You know, but he said before that when he first met her, he really didn't care about her. She was just some random chick, you know. That's why he was okay with running the train on her.
Listen, there's always one dude that wipes up the gangbang chick, bro, and he's that guy.
Yeah, that's real talk.
Bro, I'm telling
That's
you.
the resolution, man.
That's real talk.
Yeah, what I'm trying to explain is, again, I've had multiple occurrences of experiences with this type of stuff, man. And as much as you might believe that all of these guys are like in the back of their head, like, no, my little flower, I don't want her touched. I'm telling you, it's not like that for a lot of these guys. The average guy ain't with it. They'll do 2 women with them, but like again, the weirdos, they with all the other stuff. Double penetrated, bro. Come on, man. Again, I've been around this stuff. I ain't never participate in nothing like that. Double penetration, bro.
Man, look, man.
Think about that.
Here's the craziest thing though. When his wife, right, when she came up to him and she told him she was gonna do a scene with another guy, she said she gave him a choice. She said, I could do that, or I can quit being a corn star and be a mom, and be a stay-at-home mom, and you just take care of all the bills. He didn't want to pay no bills, bro. So he's like,
So he's a cheapskate too.
Let's just keep the 50 goes for
But he also claimed that he makes $1 million off his podcast every month.
Yeah,
that's rich, bro. This is great.
Every month, I highly doubt that. Let's check this out. I want to see what he's talking about real quick. Let me know if y'all want to stop it or not.
I just want to break it to you guys so that you guys all know what's going on, which is basically
you're quitting on us, bro.
I'm not quitting. I'm not quitting, but I'm going to tell you something that might blow your mind.
All right, blow my mind then. It's early enough.
After 7 years with my girl, this is not the breakup conversation. I really might have sounded like that right there for a second. Yeah. After 7 years together, doing porn pretty much the whole time, but we've gotten more and more deeper into the conversation or into the porn stuff. And after many hundreds and hundreds of threesomes and stuff, we decided, we've been having this conversation for like damn near a year.
Okay.
She shot her first ever scene with another man. Over the weekend.
That shows growth.
That shows growth. Bro, but they get on your ass saying that you don't have it in you to disagree with me. So I'm going to use this as an example. Tell me how you really feel.
What about her? Listen, for the money, you don't want to hear what I'm talking about for the money, young.
I'm going to tell him
for the money, young.
Yeah,
I disagree. I could disagree with Adam if he told a lie. Like you try to stay away from bullshit on the podcast. It's like, all right, how I really feel is that I need my girl to go out and shoot a motherfucking porno solo scene so she can bring that bag back home. This is a business, nigga. This is business.
To me, it was kind of like, the reality is that her career has been, helped by me for sure, but also held back by me to a certain extent because of the fact that we would only shoot together. And
take a man to realize that shit.
The number one thing that she gets,
man, his friends gaslighting the hell out of him.
Bro, the guy in the green is like one of those guys you don't want to be friends with, bro. He's dick riding him so hard, bro. Relax, just tell him he's a cuck, bro. Damn.
Battery in the back. Energizer.
I was going to say something when Adam 22 had said something. It just blew my mind. I was like, yeah, she had her mind and her back blown.
Right.
Yeah.
Pausulations.
Right. Yeah, that's big facts. Yeah.
She said she was in bed for 3 days afterwards. That's crazy.
Man, they gaslighting this dude.
Hey,
like that's crazy, man. I ain't never seen nobody that's like that desperate for a paycheck. That you and be like, you know what, you made a great decision. Like, if it was me, I sure as hell would have let that motherfucker, man.
No,
man,
I'd have let. Shut up.
If it was me, man, that motherfucker could have for the bag. He could have had all 3 holes. Like,
money,
are you fucking serious? Who would have said that? Like, who would do that? This shit is all cap. These motherfuckers ain't shit on here.
I believe this guy. I believe this guy though. Sharp. He's a pimp. He's an actual pimp. I believe him.
Man, he still got the wrong perspective. These niggas is wilding for the squad. hella circulation, man, on the pause cycle. They tripping.
Yeah. Big tripping. What would y'all have told him if he came out and told this to y'all? What would y'all response have been?
You're a cuck.
I probably wouldn't even said nothing. I'd have just looked at him and shook my head.
At first, I would be wondering, like, are you joking right now? Like, are you serious?
Hey, don't nobody play like that in the hood.
Man, I'd have just been looking at him like, man, bro, like, don't even talk to me no more, fam. Like, you a weirdo. Don't bring none of that weird ass energy around. Like, first of all, I don't even know why you feel comfortable coming up and tell. What make me look like I want to hear about you paying some other dude to mess with your wife, bro? Like, I'd have been like, first of all,
he's telling that story.
you felt comfortable enough to come and talk to me about this weird ass shit, man. Don't come talking to me about no bullshit. Like, what's the fuck wrong with you?
Not just that, man. He did it in a room full of hard legs, man. I said that the other day. He did it in a room full of hard legs, man. Come on, man. Like the red table with Will Smith's wife. In a room full of hard legs, you bring this information.
Oh, no, that's
It's a Paul situation, bro. That's crazy.
Right. Like I'd have been like, bro, you need to go on somewhere else with that bullshit. Like, I mean, I'm gonna tell you something else too. Like, man, don't never come and tell me no stupid shit like this ever again.
I thought she was gonna walk into the pod and it was about to be another OnlyFans. That would have been a W. Like it had a story. It had a storyline. Like, but that ain't what happened.
Yeah, bro, this dude is tripping and shit. Like he brought them around the round table like it was some strategy. Like motherfuckers was about to get raises and shit. Like I just want to tell y'all something. You know, like have a seat. Here goes some coffee. Here goes
something really serious.
What? He's sitting there about to tell them, like, you know what I'm saying? I let somebody wax my wife. Like, bro, you're
because you know the first thing that they thought was he was about to quit. That was the first thought before he said anything.
Right. Man, that's crazy.
He should after that though. He should quit after that.
Check this out. You're the boss. How are your employees gonna respect you knowing that you paid somebody to wax your wife?
$10K.
You ain't my boss no more, bro. You just demoted yourself, man. I ain't listening to a mother.
I know all of them are thinking, oh, I might be next. Up, you know.
I ain't thinking no shit like that. I'm thinking I'll run this shit. Now this shit called Blacklight Podcast now.
No, I was talking about with his wife. You know, I'm up next. You know,
I ain't even thinking about his wife. Like, I'm thinking about I think about this though. What kind of loser are you if you work for a dude that paid somebody else? You know what I'm saying? To fuck his wife. Like if
You're the cucks apprentice, man. You're the cucks apprentice.
If I was everybody in that room, I would reevaluate my manhood. Everybody, all of these people, like all of these dudes right here, bro, go reevaluate yourself. Like the head dude in charge is a certified cuck. And he's in charge of
and he's proud.
Hey yo, the head dude in charge is wild, bro. That was wild.
Right, like this could be some actual shit where people was like, "Is this?"
I just quit right there, bro.
And here's the thing, though. You see how like the one in the green responded? That's how Adam is going to feel that, you know, he knows that what he did, well, maybe he doesn't, was a messed up thing. But he knows that some people, like that one in the green, is going to sing his praises for it. So it's going to give him some reassurance to say, you know what? Maybe I'll do this again. Maybe not so soon. Like wait for the dust to settle. But
he doesn't have a choice, bro. He doesn't have a choice. Men like him don't have a choice, man. It's gonna happen again. He's gonna capitalize off of it, or it's gonna happen behind his back. It's gonna happen again. He's an
employer, bro. So of course he's gonna be like, he's gonna be writing.
Cuckamonious, man.
Yeah, it's going. Like I said, he has found a new venture, so to speak.
Hey, and then this guy says that he's about to have 2 more kids with her, man. Like, who's coming up under this regime, bro? That's all I gotta say. Who comes up under this type of shit?
All I gotta say is one of those kids will come out brown, bro. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Man,
black hair and everything. Man, screaming Tarzan all the way to the freaking house.
This whole situation is crazy. Like, man, I heard somebody online. Like, I was listening. This is just some unfathomable shit to me. Let's listen to the rest of it.
It's asked that she gets requested, whatever, is they want to see her shoot with another guy. And, you know, we've kind of had the conversation over the years. And I started to come to this realization that the reason why I didn't want her to do it was not because of my own personal jealousy or anything like that. It was really just the fact that I didn't want to be the guy who got roasted on the internet that week. You know, I didn't want to be the one that everybody was making videos about, whatever. And I slowly started to feel like that's kind of a stupid reason for me to hold her back from doing something that would realistically be very, very good for her career, you know? Right. Because the truth is that the guy that she shot with is somebody that I'm very cool with, that I spent time around. I trust him. When she went off to go do this shit, it didn't, you know, I wasn't like hurting inside and just knowing that she was doing. No, I stay home. I'm not being the driver.
I'm not watching or being the driver.
That's wild.
At the end of the day, bro, like
stop right there.
I'm pretty sure Sharp got this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, so I want to just make this quick statement. First of all, he said she's going to quit in like a couple of years, so that's not going to be a good career move. Because if she quits in a couple of years, she's got to move to another field, right? I don't know what field she's going to move to, but he's contradicting himself just off that statement. Second of all, I don't know who these guys are right here, but my first question would have been, are you paying him more than us?
Look,
Bruh, $10,000, bruh.
That's crazy, bro.
$10,000, bruh. That's all I'm
And
saying.
you got to smash your wife. Like, bro, we don't even get a Christmas bonus. It's wild out over there, man. Wow.
Yeah, that shit's crazy, man. Like
He said he didn't feel any jealousy or anything like that. That's cap. In another video, and it's not cap, but he just didn't mention it. In like a video before this one, he said when he saw a few clips of it. He said his stomach started churning, and he said he was sick to his stomach, bro. That's what he said. So you know he don't like that shit.
Ravishing Rick Rude.
Yeah, but then he came out and said that he was actually at home playing poker all day. So he kind of contradicts himself all in his. Second of all, entrepreneurial tip, I'm spilling over my words, man. I'm drinking. Entrepreneurship tip, you guys. It looked like he got these guys off the homeless shelter. So if you guys want to do a podcast, go pick 2 people up from the homeless shelter, pay them like $50 for an hour. They'll be happy as hell, man.
Man, this shit is wild.
For once,
Same thing to say.
Rob,
Hold
you
on,
sound
my
like,
bad.
Go ahead.
for once, Rob, you sound actually speechless about something.
Yeah.
Usually you are a man of many words, but this one you really are trying to register what it is that you're hearing.
Oh, man, this is just wild, bro. Because this is it to like I said, like this will have mad implications, man. Because like if Adam 22 was the head dude in charge, and like you know what I'm saying, like I was working with him or working for him, bro. Like you got to go, bro. You can't be the head dude in charge no more.
Bro, you think this is shocking? Bro, wait for the clip when the guy who smashed his wife calls in, bro. It's insane. It's insane.
Like, don't nobody at this table have any kind of self-respect?
No dignity, no self-respect.
None. Because I'm telling you, you got me bent. Man, you got me. The person that is paying me my paycheck is not about to be some dude that's paying dudes to fuck his wife. Like, bro, I'm about to straight take over your whole shit. That shit about to be mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, I'm about to push your ass down right on the floor, right on this podcast, and now this shit is mine right now. Like, are you serious?
I don't know whether I would care.
You said you don't know if you would care?
I wouldn't care. I'd probably get the video and show it to people. Be like, yeah, that's
if they haven't seen it already.
But I'd roast them for it forever.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be. I believe he shouldn't be able to live this down.
No.
I believe I should never get a paycheck under 10 racks each week, every show.
This way,
if you play me less than
he's in hip hop. He's in the hip hop industry, right? He's in music. He ain't gonna live this down.
Yeah, he's not gonna live this down.
Rappers gonna let him forget this?
No.
Nah, it's gonna be lyrics about this.
This is his legacy, though. All the work he did, no matter how questionable it is, this is his legacy, bro. Right. Imagine that, bro. Imagine that. That's worse than getting your bitch fucked on. Like, golly.
There's gonna be somebody that drops some bars like she like thugs, like Lana the Plug.
And he told
that's hilarious.
And he told everybody.
Crazy.
I wouldn't.
And he said he was scared of.
I wouldn't have knew who his wife was if I saw the video.
Yeah, you know, he publicized it. He made sure to publicize it, so you know the video.
Let's drop the bomb on her, bro.
You said that you don't know. You said you wouldn't have known who his wife was. Had he not dropped the video?
Nah, I wouldn't have known. I mean, I don't follow him like that. I'm sure that people that follow him that know what his wife looked like. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, I wouldn't know.
I know what she looked like
now. Bro? Who saw the picture? That's all that needs to be said. The picture, bro. Who saw
the video? The official video hasn't came out. I think it dropped like.
I'm not even looking for it. I'm not checking for it. I saw a picture. Man, it was on Instagram, so it was cropped, man. Come on, man. You can't live like this. You can't live like this, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
First of all, man, this is just so like for a man, like this is just so off code. Like, first and foremost, right? Like, this shit is, for one, just completely stupid. But like, let's just say that Adam 22 can actually tolerate this, right? Let's just say, like, oh, you know, Adam 22 is perfectly fine and has no issues with another man messing with his wife. first of all, why would you even let your woman know that? Because once she picks up on that, now she's gonna push you to do that shit, and she knows that it doesn't bother you anyway, which is like giving her a silent pass to just continue to do the shit and not even worry about your feelings or anything about like how you look, any kind of respect for you or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then on top of it too, like if she was any kind of woman, like she wouldn't even want her man out there looking bad like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of how perception of people can be is like how your woman is. You know what I'm saying? Like what kind of respect she show for you, and like that it don't matter what kind of way you present that shit as, it just looks disrespectful. You know what I'm saying?
To the divestors out there who love to always say that they treat their women so much better than we do, I present you Exhibit A.
Right, man. That talking point is nonsense because they treat their women so good they had to come up with feminism. Like, so that just kills all of that to begin with. Like, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, nah. And then again, like, you know, Adam 22, as far as that goes, as far as like the perception of how they treat their women, you know what I'm saying? You know, Adam 22 didn't kill her because that's something that they do too. You know what I'm saying? They do that familicide, family deletion, and all that. And honestly, if I was her, for real, she needs to read up on some familicide stats, because Adam 22 might just snap from this one day and like everybody.
Chris Benoit.
You know what I'm saying? Like he just might have this rocking back and forth moment, getting too high in the no jumper studio. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like my wife will never be the same. You know what I'm saying? And then just like flip out and just go in on everybody. Next thing you know, everybody gone. You know what I'm saying? Like this is some nonsense, man. This shit crazy, man.
The 22 Crippler.
Do y'all think there's an agenda to make cuck holding acceptable?
Yes.
What's the point in that agenda? Like, why would
I still my water up.
I don't know, to weaken men. I don't know.
Honestly, when you think about it, this can go back all the way to bug breaking.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you think about it, because look at the optics of it. You had this white man with his white wife going to Pound Town by a black man.
Right, and that's why
when you look at the optics of it, and then like, so hold on, was he actually there when it happened?
I don't think he was there.
Okay, but there are some instances where there are the men that are there, and think about it. This is not the first time we heard about this. I remember doing a video a while ago where it was the same kind of scenario. Of course, it wasn't big up like this, where it was a white guy who quote unquote hired this black man to, you know, fuck his wife. But the wife got so infatuated with this black man that they co-conspired with each other to kill the husband, which they did. Because they ended up developing feelings for each other. So they had to get rid of the man who did the hiring, which was that woman's husband. And now they're both in jail, like serving like a life sentence.
He must have like a life insurance policy or something, right?
Probably, I'm not sure. And this is like, of course, this was a younger black man. I think the guy was probably like in his 20s, and the woman was like in her 40s.
That's why, like, I just had this, like, to me, like, and I've seen certain people's content, and like, I'm like, a lot of people are like, yeah, this is a W, like, you know what I'm saying, like, because you know, like, I don't like Adam 22, and like, you know what I'm saying, like, it's just like, to me, like, this, like I said, like, I don't see no W in this for anybody. Now, as far as like the Jason Love dude go, I don't have any comment at all to say about Jason Love, because Jason Love is a porn star and he's doing what he does. Like,
yeah, he's doing his job.
He's doing his job. Like, I don't have no opinions about Jason Love. I don't know the dude. I'm not saying any kind of anything about him. He's just simply doing what he always does. But as far as like the perception that people are putting on the entire situation, like, they're like, oh, like Jason Love is a porn star. If he wasn't messing with Lena the Plug, then he would mess with somebody else. So like Lena the Plug's not no victory for him, because he could get access to any of these porn females that he wanted to. Like, she ain't nobody special. Like, she just, the only reason people making a hype about it is because she Adam 22's wife. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see this as a W, man. Like, this to me is just, you know what I'm saying, is Jason Love just doing his job as a porn star, and the whole couple, Adam 22 and Lena, is clowns. You know what I'm saying?
But in the words of the famous philosopher Devin the Dude, what a job this is. What a job this is.
I think it's a win for her.
Yeah, for sure. If anybody got to win, it would definitely be her. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, at least, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure she probably got, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure she probably wasn't upset during the shoot. I'll just put it that way. Yeah. So
she just promoted herself to a lot more potential to do. Like if that's what she wants to do, it's a win for her. It's an L for him. It's definitely a win for her. I mean, Jason is
He
not
can't afford it.
Jason is not somebody that she would have pulled in a million years.
Do you think she's? Do you guys think she still respects him?
respect who? Adam 22?
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
never
She never
respected,
did.
she never
She never
respected
did.
Adam 22. You wouldn't even cut that shit would that whole
She
situation
would never bring
would
it
have
up if
been
she did.
non-existent had she actually had respect for. Ain't no
Yeah,
respectful
yeah,
Bag
woman
chase.
gonna
Bag
even
chase.
in that type of situation. Nobody,
see
no
what you're saying.
respectful woman gonna come at you with that. They're not gonna try to play with you about it. They're not gonna try to bait you into it. Any
They're not gonna do it.
It's not gonna even bring that up. But I mean, at the same time, though, how much respect? I mean, but if you look at it relatively, though, right? Because like I guess, for one, I don't know why a porn star is married. You know what I'm saying? But like, I guess like if you look at it, I don't know how you would judge her respectability from being a porn star. Like, I don't know other porn stars to compare how she is versus others, because I guess a porn star wife would be a completely different animal than a normal woman. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if there's some kind of etiquette between porn stars or not. I don't know if she operated with professionalism or etiquette. I don't know. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
just bonkers that that's even like gonna be in the slightest way.
I know
Like
I know plenty married porn stars. I wouldn't call his wife a porn star though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her that.
I mean,
either.
right. She was
She
somebody.
just did films with him.
Right. She did content with her husband until now. She did a scene with a porn star dude. Right. Right.
she was black.
Right. So she's not a
Now,
star.
now she's one.
She's a porn performer. She ain't a star. Right. But what I will say is, like, I know a lot of porn, like married porn stars. And I guess how they rationalize it, you know, depending in this relationship, you know, variable, but they look at it like, oh, that's work and what we do is personal. Right.
Right.
Right. That I'm just telling you.
And that's what I was getting at, 100. That's what I was getting at about the etiquette. Like I'm thinking of it from a normal, like non-porn person point of view, but I don't know if there's a different kind of shorthand or a different kind of respectability or a different kind of etiquette that they have between each other. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Like, you know, again, they look at it like, okay, that's you know, business, and you know, outside of that, nothing should exist. Of course, those lines do get blurred. You know, it's kind of a unrealistic way to look at it, because you know, once you're outside of your relationship, you're outside. I mean,
right?
You know, I don't want to tell.
It's unsanctioned pimping, man. It's weird. It's unsanctioned pimping.
I mean, I don't want to turn it into a conversation of what I really think about relationships, but when it comes to how they function, that's the way I've seen a few of them look at it. Like, you know, different ones have different ways of seeing things, and you know, you got girls who only do content with their guys, but you know, at the end of the day, that's the way they look at it. Like, okay, when you're on set, you're doing this, that's business, and then after that is you know, let's go. You know, you're with me.
Yeah.
What movement does that remind you guys of? What movement? Who dares to touch? Hello?
Oh, I
have no idea. I have no idea.
We're lost. We're waiting for you.
Yeah, we're waiting.
No, I was saying, what movement does that relate to? I mean,
we heard
see what happens.
You said movement?
My son just walked in. Yeah, what movement or type of people does that relate to?
Mormon?
Something's a little off. If you're going to be pimping, be pimping. In the world of that, you're off base. In the world of other situations, they're off base. If you follow me, you follow me. I'm not going to throw it out there. It's like the Jays.
Mormons?
What?
You said, I don't know. I'm trying to take a wild guess. I'm saying Mormons.
No.
I don't know then.
Bro, nobody knows.
You said it's like the Jays. That's what you said?
And said it could be like a movement like the Jays. It's hush hush. You wouldn't say it if you knew. If you had the answer, you still wouldn't say it. In other words, while y'all got me out here looking like I'm weird, talk to him, man. Like I'm weird. What I'm saying is they're moving the goalposts, making it like everybody knows the normal situation. Everybody knows, even in a porn situation, what it would be. At the end of the day, they're play pimping. It's weird as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to face the consequences of it. Like some people may say mental illness, some people may say this and that. And then when you bring that into it, what movement does it relate to? And it has a whole bunch of justifications and parameters and whatever.
I wouldn't even call it play pimping.
What would you call it? You get what I'm saying, all right?
Sexual liberation?
Look, no.
Oh, man, stop it.
Listen, I know some of the guys whose wives are porn stars. These guys are not pimps.
These guys are what?
You got to be a special kind of.
Yeah, I don't know what he's getting at, but I don't know what he's getting at. I think he's talking about sexual liberation or feminist. I don't know.
No.
LGBTQ.
You gotta be.
This sounds like something that's on the damn dark web. The way you're kind of throwing it out there, but you're not saying it.
Bro, tell us what it is. It's been like.
Or type it in the private chat. I'm not gonna say it, but he said the movement, LGTV movement, man. It's kind of the same type of thing. Bro.
Then you could have just said that.
Right.
No, I can't just say that, bro. I got a strike on YouTube. I'm chilling, man.
No, it's LGTV, bro. Like that's that.
Or the Academy.
Or the Academy. Or the Rainbow.
Now I don't sound crazy to y'all shit.
No, you
Guys,
sound crazy because
I thought he meant Jays. I don't know.
Right.
No, you can't bring that up like you can't bring the Jays up, man. Come on, man. Can't just come say.
I got a theory.
But that do make sense though. Like I could see that. That's what people were saying about like this whole cuckolding agenda. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's catching more traction than reparations, bro. It's crazy right now.
Yeah, it's weird.
The only way, guys, the only way like a man would be okay with another man going crazy on his wife is if he was one of those, LGTVs, but he was a B. He's one of the Bs. That's the only way.
I don't know. Even still, like I don't know. I don't understand none of that. But
that's what I said, Rob. Like I said, this is highly weird. You're not supposed to get it. It's a whole nother world.
Yeah,
a whole nother sector out there.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly.
Listen, this is the same place that has the casting couch. I'm sure many of y'all heard about that.
Right.
Area 22, man. Area 22 now, man.
Talking to somebody that been to Hollywood. What I'm is this, like, I can't relate to this stuff, but I understand how it works.
But you seen it. I said that in my slave voice. You seen it.
So, again, like when I see these guys whose wives do a lot of this stuff, they're not pimps. Like these guys ain't pimps. Some of these guys do apply to the B's. That category. A lot of them apply that they do.
Alpha, Beta, Kappa.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like bicycles. You know what I'm saying? The bicycle category.
Oh shit!
That's what I meant. That's what I meant when I said the beast.
Like in the bicycle category. You understand?
I'm not sure.com. Okay.
Right. So they like things and twos. You know what I'm saying?
What are these code words?
They like the options and tools. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, yeah, you're right.
The Dark Web podcast today.
Some of these guys apply to the B territory, and then you got other guys who they just whatever my wife wants, whatever she wants, whatever. Telling you, bro. Hey Rob.
Man, there's a lot of these cats out here, man.
Off the air, man.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. What do y'all think that his friends would do that same stuff?
I think they're all independent Hebrew nationalists. Okay.
Yeah, that's funny. I think it's
in your groceries aisle. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think they would. I think all of them would.
I don't know. I think they cap it. Try to give it. But then
you talking about the dudes at the table with them?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Brick Baby them they ain't on that, but they definitely biting dick for a check.
Green shirt is doing that 1,000,000%.
That's funny. All right, John. I'm
For
about
the
to run it.
money, for the money.
I don't know. Sharp's a little more misogynistic than you. Let's hear it, Sharp. What do you think when you hear this?
I look at it like this, man. You understand, and I'm just gonna be transparent. Both of y'all, time's ticking. You only got so much time in this industry. The porn star industry is like a good haircut. You could be here today looking good, gone tomorrow, and it's just over. You know what I mean? So I feel like do it and capitalize off it now while you have the chance to capitalize on it, and don't wait until shit starts to fall at an all-time low to say, okay, we'll finally do it.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at it from a business perspective.
the money,
Y'all
yeah.
already married, bro. That's your chick. She
Yeah,
ain't
she's
going no
not
motherfucker
going
wearing
nowhere.
baby. She gonna cry talking about what are you talking about? You're leaving.
But that's part of it too, is that we already know that we're gonna probably have like another couple kids, and that this is just kind of like her doing what she can to make her OnlyFans go fucking crazy in the meantime, in the lead up to her basically exiting the game in a couple of years, you know? And that's why I didn't really want to be the one holding her back. And we even had that conversation, like even up to the moment that she left to go film the scene, she was telling me like, listen, I'll not do it if you don't want me to do it. If it's gonna hurt you, it's good.
I tried to hold back, bro.
That's the ultimate. That's the ultimate L. Like, man, this dude, Adam 22 is the ultimate. Like, bro, you are a loser, and this is what's so crazy about this, man, bro. You are a loser, and as a result of you being a loser, you know what I'm saying? You Adam 22 about to turn into like the most racist. He's about to turn into the most racist clown on the planet. But this shit is all his fault, man. You know how women be testing motherfuckers?
Yep.
That whole shit about that was his woman giving him the green light to check her, man. And his stupid ass didn't pick up on it. She ain't got no respect for this motherfucker.
And she wanted leadership, and he didn't give her any. So
she ain't got no.
She went to the black guy.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, like
NASCAR head and her husband was a racist, bro.
but what's so funny? Like it's crazy. Like I said, like I've watched a whole lot of content about this, and like the dudes like not picking up on like the signs and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like the tests and all that is wild. Like she gave him all these chances. Like stop me. Stop, man. She don't. After this,
be a man. Keep it real. Be a man. Not stop me. Be a man.
This relationship is done. If anything, the only reason why it'll stay around is if she decides to just like kind of be slick and still just kind of stay around for the family and the money. But like, man, she ain't got no respect for this dude, man. Like none.
We could have ended all that with, like I said, if y'all saw the picture, bro. She had the Worslowski and the Mowski, bro. It was a wrap, bro. Come on, man.
What you think, 100? You agree with me or you disagree?
I'm listening to these dudes talk about capitalize this, that, and the other, right? And it's funny because if you turn around and ask them, well, would you let your girl do it? They'd be like, hell no.
Right.
There's guys that are built for that, and there's guys that aren't, and he comes across to me as one of the guys that isn't. Right? You know, you got dudes that are really pimping their wives. I'm not going to say none of these guys are pimping their wives or their girlfriends or whatever the case may be. I know a guy that's in Jersey, like he'd be in a relationship, like he'll get into a relationship with a girl so he could put her in movies. Like it's a fake relationship. But she's only there for her to be in movies with dudes. And then when the relationship is done, he get rid of her and find a new chick. Then they're a couple, but he's putting her in movies. And he's caked off from it considerably. This is my man, right? So there's that. This guy is not one of those guys. He's in love. So they talking all this capitalize, right? Again, if he was one of those hard body, stone cold iceberg slims, okay. But my man is on his podcast asking these dudes, what y'all think? How y'all feel? You know what I'm saying? What y'all think about what I did or let her do? What's y'all opinion? If you got to do that, you ain't made for it, man. It ain't your lane. Right?
Yeah, like he should have came on he should have came on Gorilla with it. Like, yeah, I did something this weekend that y'all bitch ass motherfuckers would never do. You know what I'm saying? I'm an alpha. You know what I'm saying? I'm hardcore than a motherfucker. You know
he regretting it.
Like, yeah, like fuck all y'all motherfuckers.
Ice-T did it better. I think he's regretting it, or he will regret it.
I think, yeah, I agree, bro. I agree.
Yeah,
he probably rehearsed how he was going to tell them before they started their podcast up.
Listen,
imagine that rehearsing some shit to tell a bag full of dicks. Are you serious?
Nah,
but you shitting me.
I don't know about rehearsal, but I'm gonna say this, right? If his demeanor was like unapologetic about it, it would have been, even if he was faking, right? He would have been better off than the way he's presenting it, right? And when I say that, I mean as far as like how the general public is gonna receive it, fan base, et cetera, et cetera. You probably got a bunch of dudes that's gonna stop watching his podcast, right? Now, all I'm saying is, because he's coming across like he's bothered by it, because I've seen a couple of posts he made, like, I don't know if I should have did it. Right? He's gonna look like a sucker. And he's gonna get roasted. Like, this is not going away. If he came on some Ice-T shit with it, it would have been different. You understand what I'm saying? But that's not the energy he's putting out. He's putting out like, oh man, this big black dude smashed my broad. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it's about.
Right.
You know, you got now, you gonna get that.
Right.
That's what it's gonna be. But you know, them dudes, they trying to help them cope with it, and that's what I hear. They trying to help them cope with it. Like they can see, just like we can see, that he like, yo, what have I done? And
he want to cry.
Why are we laughing at that, bro? He has to cope, bro. That's crazy.
They
he brought that shit on himself.
They're like, nah, man, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, it's business. Because the way I see it is, you know, the business of porn and blah, 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 blah. You telling a dude that's not built to have his wife out there getting banged something, something to make him feel better. Now, there's dudes out there that don't care. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's dudes out there that don't care. I mean, I don't know how long he's been with his wife. How long they been together?
7 years.
8 years. 8 years. 8 years and a kid.
8 years ain't long enough. You've been with your wife 20 years. You don't care, you know, who fucking up.
Nah, that's cap. That's cap. That's cap.
Nah, that's cap. I'll be damned if I'm on my deathbed and my bitches out there getting tossed up, man.
I don't care if I'm 80, bro. I don't care if I'm 80.
See, the thing is, look, like I said, look, young dudes who ain't been married that long, you don't want nobody touching your bra. Look, 20 years, 30 years into your marriage, yo, you sick of her. You sick of her. Okay, then talk to people that have been married 20 or 30 years.
30 years, she's like 50. She's too old for that.
I'm saying that's wild. She got her AARP and she's out here getting thrown about, bro. Hell no.
Man, that's the age, man. Are you when women get that age? When women get that age, man, they women get hornier as they get older. Now it might like they might not look. She might not look the same as she does. You know what I'm saying? Like now because she's getting older. But in her brain, you know what I'm saying? Like if she had the opportunity to get busted down at that age, she would let. That's where the MILF porn.
I give you two examples. Man, two examples of that. Two examples of that is Madonna and Cher.
Man, facts.
Madonna never slowed down. Hey, bring her around, man.
Cher's like 80 years old, and she was like messing around with this like 20-something-year-old black dude for a little bit.
Wait, God, isn't Jada 52?
Who?
Jada Pinkett Smith, Will Smith's wife.
Man, why do you bring that scoundrel into this conversation?
She's 52, bro. Damn, you right.
She been getting busted down since Tupacalypse, bro. What you talking about?
Even biologically, though, like when women get older, bro, like even especially like when they get out of menopause, so it's they have weird they have weird effects. Like sometimes, like some women just they kind of lose a lot of their libido, but then other women, like man, they go off the chain. Like it's like they in they like sexually in their mind. They like in their 20s again. Like they
so that's how you want your old lady to be. That's how you want your old lady to be on OnlyFans at 56. Come on, man. How many niggas in the crew right now? Everybody on here. How many of y'all letting your old lady at 56, 65 go out like that, get in the Buckington Bronx, sidewalk slam at that age. Are y'all doing that?
Crazy.
I don't think I'm not
That's
about that
wow.
shit at any age.
That's wow.
I got a question for Keep It 100. You said in like 20, 30 years, you're gonna be sick and tired of your wife, so you're just gonna let her get donkey smashed?
Well, first of all, you can't let shit. Let's start with the let's be careful of the words that we're using, right? So when I say 30 years, no. So let me answer your question, because it was more I wanted to add to what I said earlier, because people said, 20, 30 years, that means she mad old. If you with your wife 20, 30 years, that means 9 times out of 10, like maybe you marry her like straight out of high school, out of college, something like that, like with her since y'all were very young, right? You with your wife 20 years, bro. Like you got couples getting divorced after 10 years, right? Ain't no nigga gonna tell me on this panel, right, that in 30 years you ain't smashing no other broad. I don't even want to hear it. Like I'm not even about to debate you if you're gonna tell me that you will be in a 30-year marriage and never touch another female. I don't believe you, straight up, right? There ain't no way that you're gonna be married that long, and whether you know it or not, somebody ain't have your wife. Again, this is why I told Rob I don't want to go into my beliefs on relationships on this particular show. But what I'm saying is,
it's best not to have a wife.
If everybody could say what will or won't happen or absolute this and absolute that, I'm telling you, you ask anybody that's been married that long, like 20 plus years, they're not even looking at their wife 9 times out of 10 in a sexual fashion. They looking at other women, and their wife is looking at other men. So when you're talking about that long, you talking about when I hear people say, what they would never do, and I'm not saying let or invite or hey, this and that. Now, Rob follows me on Facebook, and I made the joke that I've made a joke. I said, if I'm married to a woman for 30 plus years, she gonna have to get a boyfriend, right? Now I made that joke. Now if I've been married to a woman 30 plus years, bro, I'm sick of looking at her. And I'm keeping it real with you. Like, we can sit here and pretend because we're young.
It depends who you get, bro. Get J-Lo in her 20s, bro. I might not be sick.
But
I hear you talk. But again, all I can tell you is go to anybody that's been married 20 plus, going on 30 years, and say what I'm saying to them and see what they tell you. Because go ahead.
No, keep going.
What's up?
Sorry for cutting out. Keep going.
So what I'm saying is, when you new in your marriage, or you 7, that's why I'm saying 7 years. That's why I asked her how long he's been married. 7 years? Nah, man, he ain't sick of that chick yet. That's why he in his feelings. But 20 plus years,
so it's not gonna last 20 though. It's not gonna last 20. Keep it real. It's not.
It's not gonna last 20 years if he is not made for this type. Like he's not. Like some dudes think they made.
What you seen already? You think he made for it? You already. Let's get to it. You already see it. What you think he made for it?
I already said it before you asked.
He's not. He's not made for it. It's not gonna happen.
Right.
Other niggas, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, nah. But at the end of the day, like whether this happened or not, they wasn't gonna make it. I mean, to be honest,
that's real. That's real.
They 7 years in, they lasted a little longer than the average marriage, right? But
they just got married. They just got married a month ago. They haven't been married for like 7 years.
Oh, they've been together that long, and then they just got married.
They got married 1 month ago, and then now she did a scene with another guy. Yeah.
Oh, she should have got that out the way before the marriage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I mean, it doesn't mean nothing because they committed supposedly, but like because he can't ride with it because it's bothering him this much, it's not gonna go away unless like and don't let her want to do it again. Because
it's gonna happen.
She did it once, and she does it now. You done set a precedent. Now you gonna have an issue with it. It's gonna bother you, and then she's gonna.
You set the bar so long.
Oh no!
Right?
You know what he said?
I'm gonna make it. Me personally, I don't think he's gonna make it.
Okay,
I'll second that.
Let me respond to the the marriage thing. I don't believe that, bro. There's no. I said I'm not letting because I'm not gonna just let my wife. That's crazy. There's a divorce coming. There's no way I'm allowing that to happen. Listen.
Well, that's if you knew.
Wait, what if she got the bag? What if she got the bag?
If I don't
You
know,
don't got
if
it.
I don't know, nah, bro.
Bro, what if she got the bag? Because she gonna have the bag instead of him. She gonna have more of a bag. He might at that point go for a divorce.
Bro,
but right now he got 20 million. She ain't got shit. You go for that divorce because you ain't your feelings. You're gonna lose half of your money, bro.
Yes, I'm gonna lose everything. I don't care. I would rather lose everything than lose my self-respect, bro, my dignity. That's crazy.
You should have had your dignity in the first place. You wouldn't be there.
Y'all got like 3 different conversations going on at the
Right,
same
like
time.
they invested into this.
No, that's crazy.
I'm just sitting back, just like listening.
Bro, I'd rather be dead broke than have like no self-respect and no dignity, bro. Like getting.
I feel
That's
you.
crazy. That's crazy.
I feel you, but I'm talking about in the situation he's in. Like you only got a few options. You already there.
Bro, he has like millions and millions of dollars. If this happened to me, I would not be able to sleep. I would not be able to sleep, bro.
I got it. If you're saying if you were in his situation.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Even if it's my situation as well, bro. I would rather.
You know, a lot of times, bro, Derek, like, have you ever seen like those TV shows where, like, now here's my thing, right? Like, I feel what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, Keep It 100 is coming from, like, he has a point. Like, his point may, if you ask me, if you talk about to the extent of like actually going and like your wife getting a boyfriend, that's like the far end of the point. But like the point is that when he says people get tired of each other after being with each other for a long time, that's on point, bro. That shit really happens. Like a lot of there's very few couples that have been married like 10, 20, 30 years, like how old our parents were, that actually even sleep in the same bedroom.
Right.
Like most
Right.
motherfuckers have 2 different rooms. You know what I'm saying? And
that's why when we be hearing stories about like how like say people who are from our grandparents' time, that when they be celebrating, say like being married for like 60 years or something like that. That's why people be so mind blown by that, because it's like, wow, y'all actually dealt with each other for 6 decades. That's why and when people come back and say people don't stay married that long, I said because back then they had a different set of values. Like they actually valued marriage. They took those vows seriously. Nowadays a lot of people only get married because of the wedding, the day.
I don't think like I got pushed back on that too. I think a lot of the marriages, the reason why they lasted so long is because people had to put up with each other because they had to. Things were different back in the day. Now you don't got to put up with people as much. People don't need each other as much as they did back in those days. So things have changed, right? So we like to say, we like to give it to values, or people were like this, or people were better, or women were better. Think about this, right? The women in the previous generation told these women to be the way they are. Whether you want to believe that or not, they the ones that say,
you know, I actually agree with that.
Process, right? What
actually
is that if these women, women from the old generations had what these women today have, they'd be those women.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I kind of agree with that. I think that makes sense.
They didn't have the options.
Yeah, and I think and like it was men were allowed to kind of like be a little bit, I guess what you would call it, like disciplinarian. So there would be
assertive.
And like there would be like abuse that wasn't considered abuse. Like, you know how like nowadays it's kind of like the situation where like, you know, we joke about getting a spanking, but like nowadays, like any kind of like little tap is considered child abuse. It's the same thing where like, you know what I'm saying, like checking your woman back then was like slapping a woman, which is not cool under any circumstance, but like for whatever reason it was accepted. Now that consequence kind of isn't there, and the woman can utilize the law a little bit more so than she was able to use back then. So and then also I think it's kind of a culture. I think it's a mix of both actually, because I do agree with Tori in that there were some people that had the values, but at the same time, I do agree with Keep It 100 that there was a lot of things that if women could have done back then would look more similar to now. Yeah. And also I think that I think that a lot of women, I think that men and women back in the day, I think that a lot of them motherfuckers were really good at cheating, like back in the day, and like nobody knew about that shit.
Listen,
like,
I've heard stories about people like back then, how, you know, a lot of those relationships, like, you know, like in the marriages, that there was a lot of infidelity going on. Like, you know, they always say about like you might have your standard marriage right here. You might have the husband and wife. He has his family right there, but then across town, he got a family with some like all the way there. And he might have a family somewhere in another section. And then it's like, y'all all come together. And it's like, who are all these kids? Who are these like people that y'all are saying are my siblings? Like, who are these people? Like, why does this person look like me? Oh, this is your sister, your brother, and so on and so forth and whatnot. And because that, that actually happened back then. But a lot of the women would not get that divorce. Like, they couldn't go through it. So they would still stay married, even despite all of that going on. Today, that's probably going to play out a whole lot differently.
Facts.
Wait. Hold on. So let me throw another, because what you did was you said, the man, the family across town. What about your aunts and uncles having different fathers? What about that? What about grandma having 10, 12 children, right? With a bunch of different dudes. How many uncles and aunts do a lot of us have? And I'm talking about a lot of us Black Americans. How many kids did grandma have, man? You know what I'm saying? Like your uncles and your moms and everybody.
Oh yeah, because back then they believed in having big families, no matter who the person who it was, as long as they could.
No, that's not what I'm saying, fam.
I think he's talking about the uncle that you thought was an uncle that was somebody pappy.
That's what I'm saying, man. A lot of these women back in the day, mind you, we got DNA now. We ain't have DNA then. We had brothers who we thought was our brother, maybe, kind of, sort of. Our DNA was who looked like who. Oh, he got his eyes. He got his nose. He got his ears. That's DNA in 19 whatever, right? But now it's different. We know who kid ain't belonging to who, right? But back in the day, if she said it was your baby, it was your baby, right? So we got all these uncles and aunts with different fathers. You understand what I'm saying? One of your uncles got a different last name and this and that. We all got that, bro. A lot of us got, I ain't gonna say all, but a lot of us got that. So what I'm saying is on both sides, you had the dude with the family across town. You had, grandma who was messing around with maybe the preacher or the mailman or the dude at the pool hall or whatever the case may be. A lot of we like to talk about the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, like people got married and ain't cheat on each other.
Damn, Josephine.
Yeah, we like to talk about it like that. Like, my grandmama was at home cooking for granddad. Come on, man.
There's an old saying. They say the heart wants what the heart wants. Well, in some cases, the body wants what the body wants. And that's a lot of what was going on back then. And like you said, it was definitely happening on both sides. That's how a lot of these families was so massive.
Right. But what I'm saying is what Rob said earlier about couples that are married for 50, 60 years, all of those things happen. You don't get to 50 years of marriage without somebody cheating, somebody doing this, somebody doing that, some violence, somebody got slapped in the face, some hot grits got poured on somebody, somebody done smashed somebody's sister or brother, right? 50 years, you think, oh, we got the 50-year anniversary with the cake and these two people just love each other. No, you had to put up with a lot of stuff that should have broke you up. And for those, a lot of those older couples, they couldn't. I mean, it's hard to divorce. Like back in the days, divorce was not like what it is now. Now you got a lot of women walking out, but the dude ain't gonna get divorced because you know how that go. And the woman, she could leave. Maybe she'll get alimony, but now she got all these kids and maybe he don't make enough for them to break up, or they got a house. It's complicated. Back in the day, divorce was complicated, especially among certain groups of people. So we put a lot into, oh, they were married for this long. And man, I'm telling you, talk to people who've been married that long and see what they say, because when people say, I would never, it's because you ain't them. And that's real. It's real. It's because you ain't them. You know what I'm saying? So,
hilarious. Yeah, and that's true. You know what I'm saying?
It's like I put it to you this way. no matter how long you've been married, you don't want your wife cheating in public. Like you don't want her doing stuff that people can see and you're embarrassed.
Mm-hmm.
But if she's doing it on the low and you've been married 25, 30 years, you don't care. You don't care.
Nah.
You 55 years old and, you don't. Listen, say what you want to say.
Nah.
You be too busy with your side chick to think about what she's doing. I'm telling you.
Nah, bro.
Yo,
wow.
That's crazy.
You say that, but it is what it is, man. 'Cause by the
We'll
time
see in 30 years. But
What about the dudes that keep it real, man, and tell a chick up front, like, listen, I can step this way, I can step that way, you can stay here, you can go. That's a different situation. So it comes down to what type of nigga is you, what kind of guy is you.
No, I don't understand what you just said. What do you mean?
He's basically saying
I keep it real with the chicks that I mess with. Like if I'm gonna do some stuff like that, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna say, yo, this is what I'm about to do. If you don't like it, hey, cry at the bed or like it. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is.
Oh yeah, you got.
If you keep it real with a chick, man, at that point, I don't want to hear none of that that you was just talking about.
But that
You should have spoke your piece.
I would say, because again, I've been in a situation like that where you tell them off the gate what kind of dudes you are, and they rock with it or they don't. The problem is dudes lie in front and then later say, "Oh, this is what I'm about." Nah, you put it out front.
That's why I said, like, you got to keep it thorough from the jump. And at that point, if you still getting that type of energy on the back end, yeah.
When I was in my 20s, I used to, Rob, no cap, Rob. When I was straight up ass chicks. You like girls? If you don't like girls, we can't be together. Do you like girls?
Right.
I can get the chicks on the phone and it'll tell you, yup, that's how he wrote. You like girls. The first time I was with a girl that liked girls, I was like, okay, from now on.
And it worked out better for you, didn't it? It worked out better for you that way.
Exactly.
That lying shit get your car beat up, your house beat up.
Right.
Shit try to kill you in your sleep. You tell them the truth, they gonna cry at the end of the bed or they gonna love it.
Right. So, that's what I'm saying. Like you can't change the rules in the middle. Now if she say she ain't with it, then okay. Then you gotta rock with that, or you gotta find you somebody that's more.
Nah, her friend will. Her friend will.
No, what I'm saying is, if you're in a relationship that you let the girl believe was exclusive, and now you trying to make it some other shit, either you gonna approach her and say, "Hey, look, this is what I want to do." Either she gonna be with it, or she gonna say no. Now, if she say no, I mean, you can go do some on the low shit, but the funny thing is dudes think that they the only ones cheating in a relationship.
Man, that's facts. And you don't even, look, you don't even be knowing your girl got like more than one boyfriend. Like, man, she getting busted down every stop she make before she gets to the crib, after work and at work. But it is what it is. So a dude to find one little, work wife and think he doing something, and your girlfriend got a whole starting 5 football team. Like,
I mean, if she's cheating, bro, there's nothing you can do about it. You don't know. But if you know, that's a cuck right there, bro. I don't care how you try to define it. I don't care how you try to go outside and do your own thing. Nah, that's a cuck right there, bro.
I think it's a different. I think it's a. I will, again, like, I'm not with any of that kind of stuff, but I think that definitions and understanding of situations is real important. And it like, first of all, if you know what's going on, it's not cheating. Like if you like the situation with Adam 22 and Lena the plug,
it's not cheating.
That's not cheating. You know what I'm saying? Second of all, there's actual kinds of relationships, and like I would actually I would kind of agree with Tori and Ann, keep it 100, and say that they've got some type of weird hybrid of a swinger / open weirdo ass relationship.
They have in my opinion, in my opinion, when they got married, they signed another type of license on top of the marriage license.
Yeah,
they signed an additional contract.
Yeah,
but that's you talking about Adam 22 and his wife, right?
Yeah.
Right. So remember what I said they don't have an open marriage; they're more like swingers. Just to clarify, so you agree with me too? Like
I think their marriage wasn't open. I said what they have is a swinger situation.
Yeah, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Now, see, like the thing is that cuck gets used in a way, and it was funny. I was actually talking to Bronze the God about this the other day. The word cuck actually kind of gets thrown out there in inappropriate situations. Like,
bruh, he's a cuck. He's a cuck.
What is the definition of a cuck?
No, there's two definitions. I think there's two definitions of a cuck.
Like
there is the Urban Dictionary version.
But like you can't just say that like something is something. Like you
Yeah,
gotta
there's the
say
fe-
like
like,
what
it
that
is
is.
like
it is
There's
two
two definitions.
definitions.
There's the fetish one. There's the fetish one where you would like to be humiliated, and then there's the historical one where a man allowed his wife to get plowed by another man. That's
like one of the
Both of them
definitions
make
is
sense.
one of them is defined as a man just being a weak individual, and then the one that we're talking about is related to Adam 22. Where
No, both of them relate to him. Let's keep it funky. Stop playing.
Well, it depends because the thing is that like one of the kind of cucks is like where it's mental manipulation. It's like the dude gets off on the control of the guilt that the woman has from being involved with another partner. You know what I'm saying? Which they don't go that deep into what's going on with the psychology behind their relationship. So people will then take the word cuck and just kind of throw it out there. It's the same thing as like how people kind of sometimes just throw the word simp out there. Like this person's a simp, this person is a simp, or that person is a simp. And like actually like a simp is somebody that puts in more effort to getting a woman's attention or a woman trying to get a man's attention than they're receiving back. So like a simp is
He fits all the profiles, bro. Let's be honest. It doesn't matter what word has been thrown out in the last 30 minutes. He fits all the profiles, man. CSI, man.
I don't know. Like I'm with Torian and keep it 100. I think I'm more with the swinger / open relationship / porno.
You can't be a swinger and be in your feelings crying in public, bro, with 9 cocks in front of you. You can't be a swinger and be that.
He's right. Now this is what I'll say, because somebody gave a definition of cuckold. What was that again? Who said the definition of cuckold? I'm listening.
I put it in the chat right there. The stream chat.
Let me see. What
Hold
the
on,
back?
we about to pull it up.
Okay.
See, so now here it says on Wikipedia, a cuckold is the husband of an adulterous wife.
Yeah, I just
so if we use that as a definition, Adam 22 doesn't fit that definition unless we don't know whether Lena the plug is cheating on him or not. But
man, you know she got some, man.
No, we don't know.
Could also mean. Adulterous could also mean you know about it, but it's still
someone else covered as your wife, bro. That's adulterous.
Right. So right here it says a husband who is aware and tolerates his wife's infidelity. So again, is Lena being
fit all the criteria?
Is she being?
He fit all the criteria, bro.
Bro, you're not even answering the question. You just talking
outside of marriage.
Look. Listen, wait, stop. Is Lena cheating on him?
Yes.
How?
No. Yes. In monogamy and marriage, yes. In marriage, she's being adulterous.
I don't think she is, because if he's like if he paid this man to do this, and it's like I said, it's a business decision that they made. I don't consider that cheating. Now she went and just did it behind his back.
What world is this, bro? Whether he knows or not, she's being adulterous. Her hole's being penetrated by another male, bro.
Bro, but it doesn't matter that that's how you. It doesn't matter that that's how you feel. I get what you're saying, and I don't.
It's not about how I feel.
It is. We got the
A P word went into it.
We got the definition right up here on the screen.
You got 8 definitions, bro. He fits them all.
No, he doesn't. And it's not even contingent on him. Because it's got to be the husband of an adulterous wife, and that's why I keep asking: is Lena being adulterous? And if they both made the mutual decision, how is that adultery? Is what I'm asking.
I can't even invest this much into this situation because man got a chick blew out. That's the end for me. Y'all go ahead.
I'll let everybody finish first, and I'm gonna jump in here.
Okay. I'm gonna finish real quick. It says right here: a husband who is aware of and tolerates his wife's infidelity is sometimes called the whittle. So listen, it says tolerates, so he knows even if he's tolerating and he's aware of it, it's still cheating, it's still infidelity, it's still outside of marriage.
Is it outside of marriage though?
It is outside of marriage.
All right, go ahead. I'm gonna keep it 100. Go ahead. My bad, bro.
Okay. As far as cheating, right? Because there's some words being used here, so I'm gonna start with cheating. all of you guys just agreed that because they understood and it was discussed or whatever, that it's not cheating. You all agreed. Now you're saying it's cheating. Y'all contradicted yourselves in less than 2 minutes.
I never
We
did.
can go back. We can rewind the video because you did.
I never did. I never said it wasn't cheating. You guys did. You guys were talking.
You never said that?
I never said that. You can go back and rewind the tape. I never said that personally.
I'm gonna have to clip this. But check it out. I don't know if cheating is necessary to be an adulterer, right? And when I say that, in other words, my definition of cheating is, Rob, me and you have the same definition of cheating. Cheating is when you go behind someone's back and do the deed, right?
Right.
If you are doing it in the knowledge of your spouse, then that's not cheating. But
right, and that's all I'm saying.
What about cheating on your marriage, Mom?
Hold on real quick, bro. Hold on. Just like slow down. Hold on. All I'm saying is that they made a mutual decision. Like they made the mutual decision.
And it was a business decision. They made money involved.
Right. Like they made the mutual decision so much so that Adam paid the money. That's why when y'all first told me that he paid the money, that like super had me shocked. I was like, oh, that's crazy. So this was a for real, actual mutual decision. So the only question that I'm asking, and I'm just saying this for semantics.
So what I'm saying is I looked up the word adulterer, right? And an adulterer is someone who has sexual intercourse outside of their marriage. Now,
okay, that's what I meant.
Now it does now again. That's why I'm breaking down all these words. Cheating, I say, no, she didn't cheat. She ain't lied to the motherfucker. She was right there. He was there recording it. He paid for it. It ain't no cheat happened. But what I'm also saying is an adulterer does not imply cheating. It only applies sexual extramarital sex, right?
Yes, yes.
So in that under that definition, then she will fall under the title of an adulterer. So that would make him a cuckold because he has an adulterous wife, right? Now, what I always associated cuckolding to be was a guy who likes to watch a dude smack his wife, right?
Right.
That is if a dude if your wife is across town getting smacked, you don't know it. If you don't know it, you can't
be a cuck, yes.
Have an opinion or allow or disallow and whatever. So I don't know if that falls under the category of cuckold. I would say that I would call a man a cuck if he knows about the relationship and and is in I guess encourages it. Or I don't know. Like he plays.
He's okay with
it. That's his thing. He's okay with it because that's his thing. Or if he isn't okay with it, like in this case, he's not okay with it, right? He played a role in it. That's undeniable. He definitely played a role in it, but he's uncomfortable with it. He doesn't like it. Me personally, I would call him a cuck. He was present during the shit. Like he was there.
He said he liked it. He said he liked watching it.
Like at first, based on the definition.
He said that.
Thank you.
At first, based on the definition, I was saying no because of the differences between cheating and adultery. But when you look at the definition of the word adultery says voluntary sexual intercourse between a married person and a person who is not his or her spouse. So now, because that definition of cuckoldery includes adultery, you know what I'm saying? Like now I'm gonna change what I was saying before and say,
wait. Look next to
I'm not even gonna be logical with it, bro. It is what it is, man. Man's got a chick pipe down, period, bro. End of story, bro. We don't even gotta get to all that, bro. Hey, we don't have to, bro. We don't have to, man. Grab your nuts, let them drop, bro. That's what I'm saying. And if you can't do that, you're that guy. It is what it is. He got his chick beat down, bro. And he paid for it on top of it. That's even worse than the cuck, man. That's worse than the cuck.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't believe that.
Hey, Rob, read what it says next to the photo.
It says extramarital sex without the consent of the married participant spouse.
That changes this conversation.
Right. And see, but then the other definition, the one right here, the definition right here, voluntary sexual intercourse between a married person and a person who is not his or her spouse. So like the thing is that it seems like all these definitions are different. But again, like
But they all pertain to him.
They all pertain to him. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
No, because he gave consent.
Bruh, even when he gives consent, man, they all pertain to him, even within a reasonable doubt. Each one of them has a reasonable doubt pertaining to him.
Hey, bro, we're talking about definitions now, not how we feel about shit. So
I'm not saying how I feel about it. The definition. Read each definition off, and if you don't see one part of that representing him, then I'm lying.
Read the full definition right there. Read the full definition.
What I'm saying is,
read them all.
Okay, so I'm gonna try this again. If he gave consent, then at least one of these definitions does not apply to him. Is what.
Let's keep it real. Him giving consent. Have you ever heard of like being pushed into something? He's been pushed. Let's be honest, man. We all can relate with both sides of the situation. He didn't give full consent. He was pressured into it because his first reaction was the true reaction, and that was 11 months ago when he was like, "No, I seen her bank account. She got money. Why would she do that?" Blah 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 blah. And then he got coerced into it. He's just more of a pussy than he was 5 minutes ago. Like, come on, man.
Nah, he gave consent, bro. If somebody listen, this is what I'm saying, right? And again, I'm not here arguing whether cuck or not. What I'm saying is, if we look at those definitions, we know one of the definitions makes him a cuck, and the other does not. Right? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else.
Okay, facts on that.
Right. So what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I agree with that too.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you know, that's how I always looked at it. Again, I'm only saying that not to say one way or the other, but I've always looked at it like, well, if you are giving consent, right? I looked at it like if you giving consent and you're there and all of these things, like, because there's cucks that they like you. What's my man name? He said that the dude said he liked watching.
Is there a straight cuck that can ever say that? Is there a straight cuck that can ever say that? Answer that.
A straight.
That's a world mystery. That's a world mystery.
When you say
a straight cuck, like he's straight, a straight man that is a cuck. I don't think there is such thing as that. And if there is such thing as that, is there such thing as that?
No, there's definitely such thing as that.
But even at that point, is there such thing as that? You get where I'm going. Is he straight? That's a whole other question.
I don't want to pretend I know his orientation. All I'm saying is,
I'm just saying.
I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I don't know his orientation. I don't want to pretend I do, right? I don't want to make up the man's orientation. What I will say is, yes, there are such things as straight cucks. Guys who they watch they might get fucked like they watch porn.
That's just
like that, right? But
my question at that point is, if you're straight and you're watching your wife get pile drivered, Austin 316, and you were aroused by that, does that make you straight? Or is it a blurred line? That's all. That's all.
I don't think one thing has anything to do with the other. I don't see how getting aroused at watching a heterosexual couple have sex makes you gay.
One of them is your chick, man. We're not gonna gray wash it. Like one of them is your chick, bro.
So again, what would make you not straight is if your focus is on the man, right?
That's facts, but how could you not focus when it's your chick? That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm. Well,
look, but yo, we've been on for like 4 hours, and I gotta run. I gotta end it.
You can't end it on this, bro. No,
it's getting ended. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, yo, check this out. Look, I'm willing. Look, this is Marcus Arrays. Keep it 100. Man. Yo, add my channel. I am willing to explore this discussion further. We can rock this on the block. Let's reconvene.
My name's Lit and I'm out.
Are you gonna go live about this later, Marcus? I think this would actually be a good topic to go live about. For real.
I got
some people need help.
I'm in New York right now. I got to be in Vegas tomorrow in the morning. So this definitely this week, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let them know where to find me, bro.
Yeah. I'll have you tagged in the. I have everybody tagged in the description. My man Tori and my man Jay, my man We Lit. You know what I'm saying? You know how we do. We have.
I don't know if I want tagged in this one, bro.
Bro, you're getting tagged in this one. You'll be.
Nah, I regret.
This was a good stream, man. Like for real, we got some good discussions in. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was a good stream. I thought it was funny. I thought it was wild. Like Torian said, that Adam 22 shit just had me like, I'm still mind boggled. There's so many pieces to that shit that I'm still mind boggled by. It's just like I'll never get it.
Hey, my question to end this stream off, starting off with you, Black Light Revelations, in the same position, $20 million up. Are you willing to whatever definition that it comes across as? Are you willing to allow this situation to take part and happen on your behalf with your consent? Yes or no?
No.
All right. Now we're going to go to Torian. Torian. Is Torian in the building?
Let's do it.
Yeah, your same question, sir.
Ask it again because I wasn't paying attention.
Are you willing to have the same situation happen as it lays in reality? And are you willing, no matter what it's called, to have that happen to you and be considerate about it and go through with it? Are you willing to do that, sir?
No.
All right. Who else we got on 100? 100. Same for you. Same question.
No, you're going to have to detail it, bro, because I'm listening to you ask the other guys. So what are you saying? Like,
are you willing to partake in the same situation as it lays
Rob,
for your situation?
First of all, I wouldn't be married.
Okay, so that's a no then, correct?
Well, I wouldn't be married. So
all right, so it's automatic no.
No, it wouldn't matter. What you got to understand is, listen.
Okay, if you weren't married, would you still partake? You get into the gravy and biscuits. I'm just trying to get the butter.
Oh, okay. So then let's
Keep it 100 would be Jason Love in the situation, is what he's saying.
Well, let's say
give him the 10K.
You said for how much though? If I'm not married, I don't care. So
if you're not married, then that's your baby mama. How much money? 10 grand. We're talking.
No, sir. That's something else I don't do. I'm true red. You run up. Hey, whoever's in the chat that know me, they know what it is. True red pill. Ain't gonna be no kids. Ain't gonna be no rings. She's gonna.
Okay, at that point, you're gonna do it then.
So absolutely, it's my bread. I'm going to take the bread.
Okay, we got 1 and 3. Who else is in there?
I think Jay passed out.
Yeah, because you said.
Yeah, I think he was drinking.
The first time you.
All right, what about you with the blue character?
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I would never do that.
So no. So 4-1 no, and we have our resolve.
Yeah.
On to the next cast.
That's hilarious. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, so man, I appreciate everybody coming up. We lit, you know what it is, bro. Marcus, you already know what it is. Great stream as always. Torian, my man, you know what's good. Shout out to Jay. We know Jay passed out. He gonna wake up and he'll be all right. Derek, good to have you on as always, bro.
Rob,
my dog. Yeah.
Rob, in the words of DMX, I don't know if he said this or not, but cuck for life. What y'all niggas want?
That shit is crazy.
Gotta be married to be a cuck, though.
Yeah.
Single man.
Facts. You can just let her go anytime.
It's like, look, but I'm saying though, is again, a lot of dudes in relationships or in marriages think that they the only ones is looking at women. That's all I'm gonna say.
Let it be known, you're not the one. You're not the only one. You'll never be the one.
Right.
There is 2. There is 3. Multiply, you'll see more.
And because
amen.
So
that's hilarious.
Well, pay me.
Word to my son, fuck these hoes. Amen.
All right, fellas, I'm about to end it. I'll holler at y'all later, man.
No doubt. Peace out.
All right, for sure. Peace.